again. Sorry.
Okay, well, you asked me something, I'm
Um,
going to answer it.
well, I wasn't done with the question, so I'm not sure if you answered me or not, since I didn't quite get the whole thing out. But and I didn't understand a word that you said because I was still in the middle of talking. But
Huh, well, maybe when you
anyway, what
ask
I
a
was
phrase a
asking,
question, don't pause.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
Over.
And we are
yeah, go ahead.
live. Welcome. Logic Night. I thought you guys could get this over. It's a pity to, you know, I can wait for you guys to sort this out. Sean's pretending to be a surveyor again, and Mobius is asking him some questions about the rod
Pretending to
being
be a surveyor
perpendicular.
because you want to play this funny game. That's amazing, Bev. Anyway, do you want to continue, Mobius? Because if you want to just talk shit, Bev, I can take off. Okay.
I think he's in the middle of starting a show.
No, go on. I was
you
letting
wanna,
you two finish it first. You know, go on. You carry on. We can start that bit in a bit. Go on. If you want to start it over and make sure you get your clarity so everybody else knows where we're at.
Oh, for the audience?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I was just asking Sean, who says he's a surveyor or has done surveying or whatever, what he thinks of Blue's statement that it is necessary for the rod to be perpendicular to the sightline. And he says that it doesn't have to be perpendicular to the sightline. And correct me if I make any mistakes, Sean. But it has to be perpendicular to the reference surface, or the surface that it's referencing.
Yes.
The rod has to be perpendicular to the surface that it's representing. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
What you said, the last part of what you said, yes, that's correct. We hadn't gotten into.
So has nothing to do with the sight
what
line?
Blue had said for me to be referencing what Blue was talking about. We went specifically on why the rod would have to be perpendicular, and perpendicular to what.
Okay. And I had asked you earlier, and I think we kind of got off track, but I had asked you earlier, what happens if the rod is leaning in any direction from the sight line? Like if it's not perpendicular to the sight line, what would happen? Like what would be the effect of your accurate measurements that you're trying to achieve?
This is where I think we started getting off source on what we're saying. So I'll make it very clear. The rod is perpendicular to the surface. If the rod leans in any direction that's off of perpendicular to its surface it's representing, it will less represent where it is the higher up you go. So at the surface, doesn't matter if the rod's leaning, if you're at 0, say. The higher up you go, every foot you go higher, the more that rod is leaning, the less representation of the surface it's representing. So if I'm at a distance and I'm staring at this from whatever instrument I want to use, doesn't really matter. I'm staring at a measuring rod. If the rod's leaning and if it's perpendicular and I'm looking at it and it says 10 feet, if that rod gets leaned 4 inches ahead, I will look at the rod, and what I'll see on that rod is most likely 10 feet, 2/10. That is not the representation of the surface it's on, which is what the line of sight and it not being perpendicular means. It all has to do with the rod being perpendicular to the surface that it's representing. When Big Blue talked about the line of sight to that measuring rod, what he's meaning is when you're making that measurement and you're making that observation, if the rod is leaned in any direction, it will not represent the surface you're observing.
Sean, there's a bit of chat. There's a bit in the chat that they're confused when you say perpendicular to the surface.
Yes.
What do you mean? Like, cause imagine you're gonna knock a pin in or a peg or whatever, right? And then you're putting your rod on that. They normally have a dome top on.
A dome top of what? On what?
On the peg that you're knocking in, right? To do your
I use a flat hub, or I use a nail, or I use the surface. And in that situation,
the surface of
whatever
what,
the highest point on
but
whatever
you're not talking
using,
perpendicular to the surface. That's what we're saying. There's the
I
confusion.
am. No, there's not. Okay, I'll say it now.
Perpendicular to the surface of the nail, then. Is that what you're talking about? If you're using a nail, Sean, is that what you're talking about? The surface.
If you put a hub, a nail, a stake, it does not matter what you're putting in. If you're representing whatever that point is, the highest point of that surface that you're using is going to be what you're representing. You put your rod on that surface. If that surface that you're putting the rod on is not flat, what will happen is a corner of the rod will probably be the only thing touching the surface you're representing, but the rod has to be perpendicular to accurately represent the spot you're
what the surface though. Let's say I've got a domed top peg, right? So I
Why would you have
know that when
the
I'm
top of that, the top of that dome, top it
but
doesn't
you
matter
can't
what
have
shape it is. The
perpendicular
highest,
to that,
the
can you,
highest point,
John?
the highest
You
point
can't have
on that is
perpendicular
where you're
to a
going to
dome.
set. The highest point on that dome is where you're going to set your rod.
Yes.
And when your rod is perpendicular,
Perpendicular to what?
That is the spot in which,
John,
to the surface of the earth.
to the surface of the pin that we've just knocked in.
To the surface of the earth, not
So if
the,
it's like a
whatever.
sloping hill, are
So
you
look,
talking
so
about
put it
the
this way.
surface of
Put
the
it this way,
sloping
Bell.
hill?
Put it this way,
Because
Bev.
that doesn't
If you put
seem
a hub
like
in,
any of the
if
pictures that I've
you
ever
put a
used,
hub in,
John.
if you put a hub in,
We must have gone
and
to a
that
different
hub goes
place.
in crooked, if that hub goes in crooked, and which means the top of that hub is going to be slope, like slanted, it's not going to be flat. What will end up happening is you will put the rod on the highest point of that hub, and that will be what is represented when you make your sight. It has to be straight up and down from the location you are on, which means, but use a bubble level, a standing bubble level, which is a round one, looks like a target
Sean,
almost.
you're just waffling.
And you
You're
put the bubble in the
rambling.
middle. I have to with you, Bev, because you make these
Everybody
outlandish
knows. Look,
claims,
this is how
and
simple it is,
I have
Sean.
to make it. I have to make it clear what's
This is
actually
how
being
simple
said.
it is, right? The auto level provides a horizontal
The
plane,
auto level.
and the
Oh.
rod, the measuring rod, has to be perpendicular to that horizontal plane.
It has to?
Yes.
Does it have to?
Yes.
Okay. So in that situation, how would you do this if you're doing it on a slope?
You make sure the rod is vertical because the auto level will
Perpendicular.
always be horizontal.
Okay, so if you're doing a slope, what would you do? Because there
a thing in there that says the height of collimation method.
Because again, there are sloping lasers, there are handheld sights, there are many applications to where we're using a rod and it having to be perpendicular, or a stake and it having to be in a certain location to be able to do this. So I'm asking you, if you're doing it on a slope and you're making a run, like I was explaining a minute ago, or
there's a
any
picture
situation.
in the chat
Listen, hang on.
right now.
Listen,
Sean.
Listen.
It's got a slope on it. It's got an auto level, and it's got two measuring rods on it.
Let me ask you something.
The ideal thing that you're talking about.
Can you set that horizontal without having a perpendicular anything?
The measuring rods will always be perpendicular to the horizontal line of sight established by the auto level.
Okay, let me ask you this again. Can you set a horizontal line with your auto level without a measuring rod or anything perpendicular to sight 2?
Well, you should do your 2-peg test. So you should always use...
Bev, I'm asking a very simple question.
So in order to
can you
check
set
it,
your auto level
Sean,
to auto?
Sean,
Can
you can set it up, Bev, but you have to have the measuring rod in order to perform the 2-peg test.
I'm not asking you about a 2-peg test. I'm asking you a very simple question, Bev. Can you set up a horizontal line without having a perpendicular anything? The answer is yes, correct?
The answer is you would need the perpendicular for the measuring rod to make sure that it is horizontal, Sean. Pretty obvious.
Okay, so let me ask you again. I'll ask this again because it's a very simple question and you don't have to skirt around it. Can you set up a horizontal line without having a perpendicular anything to represent at the other end? Can you?
Water level. A water level, yes.
Oh my God. Okay.
A water level wouldn't require the measuring rod in order to perform the 2-peg test. So yes, Sean, you could just set it out a water level.
Can you set up an auto level without a measuring rod?
And check it? No.
So you can't wait. So wait, doesn't an auto level go to set its own 0? So you're telling me an auto level can't set its own 0 without a measuring rod? Are you sure you know what the fuck you're talking about, Bev?
You need to do the 2-peg test in order to check.
Again,
you should always do that before you get your kit out of it every day, Sean.
This is basic knowledge,
Bev.
that
if you were actually doing that, Sean.
Basic knowledge, Bev.
And not just role-playing.
You can't, exactly. Bev,
you are role-playing, Sean.
But the reality of it is you're skirting around a very simple question, because if you answer the question, it'll make you look stupid. So answer the question. Can you set up an auto level and have a horizontal without anything to represent a perpendicular line? Can you?
You need, again, I'll say it again.
No,
I'll answer the question for
you're
you,
fucking
Sean.
lying.
Stop.
You're fucking
Why
lying.
are you doing that?
Sean,
There's
let
no
him
need to get
answer,
upset,
dude.
Sean.
Ev, you're
Just let
lying.
him
will-
answer.
You're not even letting me
Let him
answer.
answer, Sean.
Because you're lying
Oh my
Lying
God.
about what?
about answer. Okay, I asked you a very simple question about a auto level, and then you talk about a two-peg test. I'm asking you a very simple question that has nothing to do with that test. Can you set up an auto level and have a horizontal line without a perpendicular anything?
You can't
A
check it's
measuring
horizontal,
rod, a
Sean.
stake, anything.
You can't
Can
check
you?
it's horizontal unless you use a
I didn't
water
say
level,
anything
and
about
then it will
checking it, Bev.
always be
Nothing about
horizontal.
checking it.
Well, how do
Because
you know
let's
it's
get one thing
horizontal,
straight.
Sean?
A auto
How do
level,
you know
set an
it's
auto
horizontal?
level, a horizontal line
How do you
on its
know
own.
it's in calibration, Sean?
Okay, so you don't know if you're using shit,
How
you
do
don't know if
you
it's
know,
calibrated. That's
Sean,
probably why
it's
you think your
within
tests are accurate.
calibration?
Wait, how does setting up a measuring rod down the way show if it's correct or not? What are you
Two-peg
referencing
test,
it
Sean.
to?
A two-peg? Do you not know? Like you're obviously role
Oh,
playing this, Sean.
Jesus fucking Christ!
This is
You can
bad,
keep
Sean.
talking about something past what I'm talking
You're
about,
really
so you
bad,
don't
Sean.
have. Okay, let me just make. Okay, I'll stop going around the bush, beating around the bush. This is what's going on. One, you can set up a horizontal line without a perpendicular line. You can set up a post. You can set up a measuring rod, any stake, anything. You can put that in the ground perpendicular to the gravitational pull of Earth without a horizontal line, which means you don't need either one. And you're making it seem like you need both to have both. That is bullshit, Bev. You don't get that shit, then I don't know if the conversation is going to be over.
Is anybody going to tell him that he broke up the whole time?
No, Bev likes playing fucking games, so we wouldn't say anything.
Let him leave.
Did
What are you
Sean
guys
leave?
doing? Yeah. He said, say
Sean
something,
left,
Bev,
huh?
or I'm leaving.
And what, he gave like a couple nanoseconds?
Okay, is he gone? There's a picture
Yeah.
on there. There's a picture in the chat. Everybody can see it. Sean is obviously not a surveyor. He doesn't know about the two-peg test, which is surprising. Because in order to check your equipment every day on startup, you need to perform the two-peg test to make sure your equipment is within calibration. Sean should know that. It's the first thing you do. Every day. Every time you get your equipment out, you make sure it works.
Just to check if your horizontal is really horizontal.
Exactly. You can't know it's horizontal unless you check it's horizontal. No slope. If you don't check it, how do you know? So thanks, Sean. Obviously, following on from the modern day sophist, Sean is trying to do sophistry within surveying, but that's one of those things that you can't really do. If you've practically done it, then you know you can't be a sophist surveyor. It doesn't work. Only role-playing surveyors. Which is obviously Sean. Just a long list of people playing a part really badly. So, let's start again. Welcome, everybody. It is Logic Night. Now we've got rid of that stuff. Tonight, we are going to be going over... I put the Black Swan. And we did a thing today. I checked with Blue Marble Science, whether he wanted to come and join in with us, because this is what happens within these arenas, is that now the words "the Black Swan," 3 words, now mean something completely different than what they actually mean. And people have lost all meaning. Blue Marble told me he debunked the Black Swan years ago. I didn't know what he meant, because I'm not thinking of the same Black Swan, obviously. Yes, Chaiki, we do 2-peg tests all the time, but not on the one that you want us to do on, because it wasn't proper surveying, Chaiki. So, within asking the question, would you like to come and discuss the Black Swan? There is I think now, a misunderstanding of a taught argument within this arena, and it happens a lot. There's loads of taught arguments, there's taught words, and there's taught understandings of quote unquote globe maths and the globe arguments, which are really just made towards a formula, a model, and the argument is based around the model. Pretty much the same as what's happened to the words "the Black Swan." The Black Swan is a logical argument put forward by Karl Popper. They've sort of melded it into science, but I think that when people now say science doesn't prove anything, they're sort of basing it around, I don't know whether it's a misunderstanding, but they seem to put a lot into the Karl Popper Black Swan. It's called falsification. Let me see if I've got it keeps changing this. So that's for you guys. And sorry, I'll be with you in a minute. There you go. Right, transition. Right, you guys see that in the
Yes.
Wikipedia? I know. But they've changed it to this falsifiability. It seems a little bit strange. Falsifiability is a standard of evaluation of scientific theories and hypotheses that was introduced by the philosopher of science. Philosopher of science. That's good, isn't it?
Strange.
Yeah. Karl Popper. Yeah, science is just the acquisition of knowledge, and a philosopher is just a guy that thinks about stuff. So you're thinking about knowledge. I don't know. In his book, The Logic of Scientific Discovery, 1934, he proposed it as the cornerstone of a solution of both the problem of induction and the problem of demarcation. A theory or hypothesis is falsifiable or refutable. Induction, the problem of induction, rather than deduction. Is that a problem because they want to put it in there as though it is deduction and there's not really a way of... Don't know. It's a bit of a problem if you want to try and put it into science, induction. David Hume. Right. If it can be logically contradicted by an empirical test that can be potentially be executed with the existing technologies, Popper insisted that as a logical criterion, it is distinct from the related concept capacity to be proven wrong. They haven't half made this a really difficult to get around now. It wasn't. There's a key notion in his separation of science from non-science and pseudoscience. Falsifiability is featured prominently in many scientific controversies and applications, even being used as a legal precedent. The idea of it, obviously, the black swan is that you make a statement that all swans are white. And then that statement can be falsified by the sighting of a black swan. Therefore, you've falsified the statement that all swans are white because there's a black swan. So that's the basis of it. Go on, sorry.
Or just not white, because in fact we are talking about not white swan.
Mm-hmm.
It of course there are black,
yeah, well, it could be grey.
But in fact we are talking about not white, because we are trying to falsify, and falsifying is finding contradicting. So not white. Contradicting to white is not white. So of course black swan fulfills this criterion, but in fact we are searching for not white swan.
And this is the thing I think a lot of people miss about this, which I was surprised today to find that there are people who have never seen a black swan. So would they understand this as the statement, the logical statement that it is, if they've never actually seen a black swan? I mean, you could see one in a picture. Is that enough for science? Is it enough for you to trust somebody else who's seen a black swan? Does that prove the statement that all swans are white? Or disprove the statement that all swans are white if you've never personally seen a black swan? I'd say not. I'd say I've only been able to prove that to myself, that I've seen a black swan. If you've never seen a black swan, you better find another example for you to make sure that you understand. Good question. Would seeing a picture of a black swan falsify the claim that all swans are white?
If it is a picture, real footage, not CGI, I would say that yes, why not? Because if it is honest footage, so to speak. Because of course now we can create some pictures which can be not real, but may seem to be realistic. But for example, back in the day, when we used normal photos, not CGI, I would say yes, it would prove, because this falsification should be true, because there was no other way to far-fetch this picture. So I would say that it would be sufficient proof. A picture, real photo of black swan. I'd say yes. Why not?
I would say, for me personally, I'd be looking for that proof. I wouldn't be wanting to put it in the hands of other people.
It would be the best, of course. But for example, if you can see, like here on the picture, it would be hard to prove that this picture is CGI or it is false or fake picture. I don't know.
Photoshop can change colors pretty quickly.
Yes, of course. That's why, for example, for me, better picture or better photo would be old one, like normal, not this electronic or
I
whatever.
wouldn't, right? What I'm trying to get at here is that if what you're after is a proof, then you are the one that are in charge of it. It's your proof. Like, you can't rely on other people. Because if you rely on a picture, then okay, somebody else could have seen the picture, and you'd have to trust them because it's definitely a real picture.
Yes, this kind of
You
proof
can't do it.
involves trust or belief. Yes, like witness,
Yeah.
in the court. So judge is trying to check if the witness is credible or not, for example.
Well, that's
So,
what it
yes,
says. It's been used in court. It's a legal matter, but is that really what we're talking about?
if you, of course, if you have no other way to check it, you have to believe or disbelieve. So, but the best, of course, is to check yourself.
Yeah. I just exercise epoche, right?
Yes.
And until you know for yourself, then why take a picture or why take somebody else's word for it? This the idea of science or whatever that we're dealing with is the acquisition of knowledge. I mean, it's of the individual. Whether that individual has a proof, then other people have to accept it or not. They don't. But I would say this problem, this particular thing, is a logical exercise that all swans being white can be falsified by you seeing a black swan.
Yes, that's true. Yes, it can be falsified that way.
Yeah,
that would be correct.
Especially as where we're going to go with the idea of the concept of you dealing with this black swan idea. If that's what this thing's called, that we're dealing with, a logical thing, then you have to go with the formula of the black swan, which is a sighting of one thing that goes against the statement of all somethings will be something. You show one of the things that's not that, and that falsifies the statement that all somethings are something.
Yes, it is contradictory to all, not
Mhm.
to white swans,
Yeah.
because you can say that some swans are white, and then this black swan would not falsify statement some swans are white. But if you have this quantificator of all, yes, one single example would falsify.
So what we've got is within the community, the arena that we're in, there is a statement that people say, the black swan. Now, when people hear the black swan, they're not actually thinking of that idea that there is an all statement, and that has to be, or that can be, falsified by the citing of one, just one, by the individual that's wanting to gain this proof. Because I think that's where the argument / non-argument is going to come in, based around this as a logical formulation. Now, does anybody know what the black swan is that we're talking about?
This oil rigs photo, I think, yes,
Well,
brought by quantum eraser or something like that, I think, or not.
yeah. Well, yeah, that's the black swan that we're talking about. Now, yeah, you said there, it's an oil rig. It's I think all my pictures have disappeared. Maybe in Euclid. Let's have a look. So a bit ago, there was, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, because when Blue Marble said he'd falsified the black swan, he specifically had an idea of this other black swan. Oh, here we go. There we go. In Discord. Oh, come on. So, in relation to this particular statement, modus tollens, what is the relation to the black swan? Since that's what it's now took over within the name. So anyway, does anyone know how you could state this as a black swan? Because everybody's thinking about it now, right? It's meant to have been the one of the top arguments for the last 3 years. It was touted as being awesome. But what's the relation to the black swan to this particular statement? Difficult, or want me to go? Want me to have a try? It's something like, I would have to say, all horizons are a certain distance. It's hard for me to say because it's ridiculous. And you just need to see a horizon at a different distance. And then there's your black swan of horizons being at a different distance.
It was at like 5 feet height. So it was said that at that height you have a horizon. You have to have horizon on the curved surface of globe. You have to have this horizon at that distance, because this photo was taken from like 5 feet height. So this number is taken from the height of the observer, and it was like 5 feet. So the distance according to the the globe model should be like 1.2 miles, and nothing beyond this would be visible. So respectively, of course.
Yeah, well, could you ever do with formulating that into a black swan for us?
If the so it would be a pre-assumption of this height of observer. It is given in the picture. So if we have observer at that height, he wouldn't see beyond that distance. And if he can see beyond that distance, it means that this radius is not correct.
Just with the black swan, with the all somethings are something, right? And then state the black swan. Like, give us the all.
So this debunking would be the picture showing that this observer could see beyond that number, 1.2 miles, which is shown on that picture. So that would debunk the radius, the number of not the radius.
I can give you the logic. I can give you the logical statement. It's up on thing, right? This was QE's statement when he put it out. He says, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Modus tolerance. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959 miles, P, then horizon distance measurements must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. C brackets, C curve calculators, not Q, brackets, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere. Holy shnikes, it's going to leave a mark. So, what? It's strange, right? For a logical statement that's been touted as the black swan, it's really hard for you to formulate it into a black swan formulation. All horizons must be, given an observer's height, right? All horizons must be
no, it is not black swan. It is modus tollens in a way, but this is not black swan.
Yeah, I know. How would you formulate the black swan? Because it's been given the name the black swan. Now, if that isn't to be a complete red herring, it has to have a black swan statement to go with it. Otherwise, it's meaningless calling it the black swan when it's just a modus tollens. So surely there must be a black swan statement here. Mustn't there?
That would be horizon distance greater than 9 miles, and it should be added observed, that this is observation. That would make this like black swan, because we have to deal with a particular instance of something, like a particular observation. So that would be the horizon distance on given picture of something.
So
like
everything,
reefs.
all must be, horizons must be at a certain distance.
Yes,
According to this.
That's why this is not debunking swans, because it means that all horizons have to be greater than this 1.2 miles. So he is not debunking white swans that all, but he is debunking
Horizon
white
distances.
at all. There are no. This modus tollens is erasing white swans. So this is not a black swan argument, in fact, because statement all swans are white are debunked by one black swan, but this statement, not Q, that we can observe, it doesn't mean that all horizons are conforming to spherical model, but this one not, because you can have white swans and black swans, but you cannot have different horizons. So it means that one is at 1.2 mile and the second is at 9 miles, for example. So you cannot have both. So this is not, for me, black swan. Indeed, it is debunking radius, this number of radius, this 9,000.
Well, let's not get into that, right? Just starting off with the false naming of the black swan. Really, yes, it's a massive red herring, and it just confuses everybody within the logical understanding of what the black swan is. It's a falsification method within science. This isn't one of those formulations. It's not a all with one falsification that all swans are white. This is a modus tollens. So first off, step one, the black swan is a red herring. It's just not related to this argument, but it does give you a chance to show actually what the black swan is within a falsification method, right? Since this is logic night, have we done justice to the black swan as within a falsification method? It's a all somethings are something, and then that gets falsified by showing one of those things that doesn't belong to that group of all. That's the idea of falsification with the black swan, using the black swan and all swans being white as an initial statement. So let's do away with the black swan right now. From now on, if we're talking about the black swan, we will actually be talking about the black swan argument and not this particular argument. Me anyway. Because what we go to next is the logical argument, the modus tollens, not a picture. Just the logical argument laid down. Because I've been saying this for a while. I do have problems, but they're only short problems within the logical statement. So let's break down the logical statement of this particular modus tollens. Now, is everybody happy? I don't know whether we've got any fans of the Black Swan, whether it got updated or anything, or whether they agree that this is the Black Swan that they're happy with, because this is one of them, and I can have a look for another one. Let's just have a quick look for, because I think he wrote it down a few times. If anybody else has got it as well, a shout out. Yeah, I think I did have one, but it might have been in the old file on the other PC. Yeah, well, we're going to have to go with that one. Unless anybody else has got any. Well, I can't read what anybody's typing or anything, so. Okay, so start off with if P, then Q. Modus tollens. Then you state not the Q, you deny the consequent, which allows you to in turn. So it says if the Earth is a sphere with radius 3959 miles, anybody got any problems with that? Sounds like a good premise to me.
Yes, yes. Conditional, yes.
Exactly the numbers that they say, but what do you think they'd say? Because most people would go along with this, but seeing as this is awkward people that we're dealing with, could they say that's an average? It's a little bit.
No,
It's a little bit pear-shaped.
Radius cannot be average. If we are talking about this, a ball, if we are talking about spheroid, I don't know. Maybe they would bring some average or whatever. But in this case, I think we are talking about just a perfect ball.
Yeah. Well, I have actually talked to people about this, and a little bit chubbier. We'll go through it. It says if the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959, then horizon distance measurements must be underlined capitals no more than bold capitals 1.25 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it says then horizon distance measurements. Now, when I saw that, one of my main things is you can't measure that distance. Nobody can. It's impossible. Geometrically impossible. It's an apparent position. So within their setup, I wouldn't be happy with this because it's impossible. But you're already giving it to them. If they have a ball, then they can measure something that in reality it's impossible to measure.
Yes, it will. I would say that I would rephrase this. Then horizon distance calculations, not measurements, because this would calculate geometrical distance in this model.
Yeah.
Because it would be a geometrical horizon as leading edge of the Earth curve. So, but not measurements, really, rather calculations.
You just did the leading edge. That's
Yes,
been
because
taught.
they say this would be a leading edge.
Yeah.
This,
How many edges does a sphere have?
edges?
Yeah.
Of course,
No.
infinite number or infinite number. So horizon would be geometrical curve meeting the sky in that instance.
Yeah. Calculated.
Calculated all
Right. I mean, like that's how it should be wrote. The horizon, the curved horizon calculated distance must be no more than 1.25 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, what about that bit?
Mm.
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, okay. You've got a height. Just taking the mathematical formula as wrote down there. You've got a height. It's 6 foot. So you're gonna square root that for some reason, which makes your height come down, and then you're going to times that height by 1.225. Why is that?
I can't remember really. It was some time ago.
But what you're doing. You're taking a square root, so you're taking obviously the square of your height, and you're square rooting it. So
yes, because in that instance you are measuring like this calculation, this curve calculation, this 8 inches per mile squared. You have to do it backward to you, not from this point, this tangent point of this line, going further, but from that point to you. So this is like inverted calculation, because you are above the surface of the supposed globe. So you have to make this calculation from horizon point to you. But I cannot remember how this it was recalculated. But for me, it doesn't matter really. But there is some explanation behind that. I can't remember really.
Well, like I was saying, you can't actually do it, so it's a calculation, and it should come into your mind why. You know, why is this calculation this calculation? Because you know that the actual distance calculations are Pythagoras theorem, right? They're based on triangles, and this doesn't really sound like a triangle thing, but if you're trying to work out the distance to something, now it does sound. Have you ever heard of the number 1.22 in any other thing, or is it just my brain when you hear that 1.22? Because I have heard of that before quite a lot. Have you ever heard of Rayleigh criterion? It's like an
Yes,
optic
yes.
thing.
Yes, this is normal thing in optics. Yes, that objects are merging
Yeah.
due to our resolution or camera resolution,
Yeah.
because pretty much the same.
And that's 1.22. Maybe similar sort of thing. I don't know. Maybe worth looking into. But it just so happens that it's along this similar sort of a theme. So it's not a measurement. It's sort of slipped people into the idea that there is a measurement based around horizon distance. That's just blatantly false. There is no measurement distance to the horizon. There's no possible way of getting a measurement distance to the horizon, and there is no way of assuring that it is always the same. All impossibilities. Although the formulation of this sort of led people into an argument to people thinking that there could possibly be, because it was all completely skipped over. Now it says not Q. The horizon distance is greater than, which therefore not P. Right, and what was P? If the Earth is a sphere with radius 3959 miles, P. So he says not P. Earth is not a sphere. Is that a valid conclusion?
Not correct, not precise, because it should state that then not Q. It means that this radius is not
3959.
Yes. So
Yeah.
it doesn't
Therefore,
say
not a sphere of radius 3959.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't debunk sphere.
It doesn't debunk the radius.
Only a number or length of this radius. It debunks length. Yes.
So that's another bit of a problem. That it's like step on step on step with like a false conclusion, which a lot of people have said it debunks. The ideal one that I would say is that they say that 3959's an average, so.
But I would give credit for that because this what we can see on this so-called black swan picture is far beyond this calculation. So if we compare 1.2 miles to 9 miles, it means that this radius, if it was the sphere, would be like I'd say like 100 times bigger or whatever. So it debunks this. Yes, it would debunk a heliocentric model because the size of the radius and Earth is based on assumptions that this is the same radius what I'd say Mercury or Venus or whatever this wandering star it was compared to, but still it would destroy heliocentric model. Yes, because heliocentric model is based on these calculations, so it destroys it literally. Yes, but not. It doesn't say that the Earth is not a sphere.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Hey.
Ed?
All right, Brian.
Well, how are things? I just popped in for a minute there. I was just listening just there a minute ago. No, the full statement is that the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Yeah.
So he asked the full statement. So he's not saying that he wasn't stating that it meant the Earth is not a sphere, just meant it wasn't a sphere with that size of radius. And they can't have a radius of any different size. It has to be that exact size. The globe can't have a bigger or smaller radius. It has to be that exact size because it has to fit the observations in the sky, and chiefly Polaris. So.
Yeah, I completely get that. But I mean, that's a different argument, isn't it? Like, if you're taking this as a logical statement, you can't start bringing in other facts when we're just looking at this particular logical statement, or a modus tollens as claimed.
I didn't catch the start. I literally jumped onto the stream there a few minutes ago, so I don't know what was said before. But is there any particular part? I remember you saying something about the if-p statement. That was an issue for you before.
No.
Was there a particular part?
Well, I'll go. Well, we did the whole thing about the black swan, right? Because this now is called the black swan, but there's no black swan about it. It just doesn't relate to the black swan, unless you think you could give us the black swan formulation for this.
Are you talking about the Karl Popper analogy?
Yeah.
Well, how it was described as was that if the analogy you know yourself is if all swans are white, then one black swan disproves that.
Yeah.
And the argument was that if all horizons adhere to the geometry of a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, then one horizon that doesn't do that debunks that claim. That's how it was described.
Yes, but it wasn't described that way. There is no statement that all horizons, just if the Earth is a sphere. So this is not all horizons, but the shape of the Earth is in condition. So conditional statement: if the Earth is a sphere, not if all horizons are conforming to a sphere, then this distance should be, yes, that maybe would be a black swan, but not in this formulation. It is not formulated in black swan argument, because black swan argument is always all versus not all, and this is not that kind of formulation. That's objection. Formal objection.
Yeah. Well, he did. He like in the presentations he did about it. He did go into that and make that statement about how if all horizons adhere to the geometry that is given to the globe Earth, which would mean a 3959 radius, then one horizon that doesn't adhere to that debunks that claim. So he didn't put it into the if P then Q statement, but I think he was trying to make it as simplistic as possible. But what way would you have termed it?
I wouldn't have called it a black swan, because it's just confused people. Now, like I'd said to Blue Marble today, we're having a discussion about the black swan because it's logic night. Would you like to come and join us? And Blue Marble said, I debunked that years ago. And we went, you what? You debunked the black swan? Like, are you sure? Like, did you debunk all swans being white? Or did you debunk the black swan being a black swan? And Blue Marble now thinks, like a lot of other people, that the black swan is this. When there's not really a black swan statement to go, which is the formulation of all somethings are whatever. Because you couldn't really come up with all horizons should be, because they're not. All horizons are different. It should have been all horizons over water, like with loads of stipulations.
Yeah, like in reality, yeah, all horizons are different everywhere. I think he was just trying to keep it from his presentations and from his explanations of it. He tried to keep it as simplistic as possible. I know what you mean. There's no plural in there. He's not stating if all horizons within the FP then Q statement. He's not stating if all horizons adhere to the geometry of a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. Then one horizon that does not do this debunks that claim. Yeah, he didn't form it that way. But within the presentations he did on it, he did go through that as though that was a paragraph. But no, he didn't put it into the FP then Q statement. Blue what Blue Marble is talking about, and the globe side is what they don't understand is what he's claiming is refraction, right? Missing the whole point.
No. Yeah, I know what they do because they always distract from the thing. But the point about the logic is that it's a self-contained argument, like that doesn't bring in other issues. So that's what we're discussing is like literally just the logical argument, and we can discuss that without bringing in these other issues. We can be hyper specific when we're dealing with the logical argument. We don't need to bring in other things.
Well, you could see. I understand why those other things were added in, because he could have chosen a different photograph that didn't show any bendy crane or whatever else.
Well, that's another thing. It's the picture at the end, right? Another slight issue, right, that we went over is that the black swan is, in order to falsify all swans being not being white, you have to see a black swan. And I learned today that Blue Marble's never seen a black swan. So
well, he can't. He can't.
What? But what does that statement mean to him? The Karl Popper, all swans are white, has to be falsified by the sighting of a black swan. Now, Blue Marble's never seen one in real life. He's only ever seen pictures of them. So is that enough for a scientific falsification of all swans being white, that you've seen a picture of a black swan?
Well, you're talking about Blue Marble never seen a black swan in real life himself.
Yeah.
He's never actually seen a black swan.
Yeah.
But, yeah, well, okay, but they can be seen. I have seen them.
I know, yeah, I've seen them as well.
They do exist.
But Blue Marble hasn't. So, I mean, in the idea of falsifying the statement, is you seeing a black swan enough to falsify it for Blue? Because Blue's
I know what you
seen
mean.
one.
Yeah, if he hasn't seen one himself, then you telling him that you've seen one is not good enough. Right. Or you having a photograph of one may not be enough for him, is what you're saying.
Yeah, which is the other part to what's so-called called the black swan, right? People think not only this argument is the black swan, but it's now a picture of some oil rigs, the black swan. That's what the black swan's turned into. A Karl Popper logical statement of all somethings or something being falsified by a picture. Well, now the whole entire encompassing the black swan is a picture of some oil rigs. There's no logical statement to go with it. It's literally just a picture.
Yeah, can we address that as well about it just being a picture? He never wanted it to be a picture. He wanted it to be a statement, and not a picture, a logical statement, and not a picture. The picture is just to go with it, just as an example. It doesn't matter which picture you use. It would be as long as it doesn't matter which picture you use, as long as because it doesn't matter, because it's every horizon. The whole point is that every horizon is not a geometric horizon of a globe arc with a radius of 3959 miles. The whole point is that the whole argument is that the horizon is not geometric. And that's the main point of the argument. Because we were taught in school, and people are still being taught in school that the horizon is a geometric location. And so people think that boats are going over what is essentially even claimed on the officially claimed, more or less, well, not officially, but unofficially claimed on the heliocentric side to be a refracted place. So boats can't go over refraction. The whole point is that it's not geometric. That's the main point he was trying to make. And that was the proof that it's not geometric. But yeah, I understand. Yeah, people just see it now. They just think it's a photograph. Whereas it's not a photograph. It's just he keeps using that same photograph as just as an example photograph. And rather than changing it around. Because he had another photograph he could have used at the time. There was other photographs he could have used from the same photographer from the same place. And when Nathan asked him, how come you're using this photograph? How come you don't use this other photograph that doesn't show any of that? And his response to Nathan was, I want them to say refraction. That's what he said to him. I want them to say refraction. Not knowing, because he said they won't know that that's killing their argument. Because if it's refracted, then it's not geometric. Which is the whole point, you know, if you know what I mean.
Well,
But,
there's the other thing is, like I was saying with Blue, he's never seen a black swan, and a picture won't be enough for him. So the idea is that in order for scientific knowledge, which is, you know, science is the acquisition of knowledge to the individual, it should have been made clear that the picture was just an example. It's up to the person to understand the logical statement that they can then understand that a sighting that goes beyond that geometrical statement falsifies the model that they're built into the logical statement. But it's for the individual to go and get the black swan, their own black swan. You can't be given a black swan from somebody else. It's up to you to go and find it. Which is another one that's sort of missed out, right? Because you can't be given these sort of things.
Well, what I'd say about what Blue Marble is stating is he's completely missing the point. Maybe it's not on purpose, maybe it is on purpose, I don't know his motives. But it doesn't really matter if black swans don't exist, because the analogy is still correct. Whereas the analogy of if someone is claiming all swans are white and someone can produce one black swan, that disproves the claim that all swans are white. So it doesn't matter if actually black swans ever actually existed. That doesn't matter. What matters is that there's a claim that all of something are this, but yet if someone can produce something that isn't this, is a that, then that disproves that claim. That's the whole point. So him saying I've never seen a black swan is either him avoiding the situation or just not understanding the whole point of the argument. Because who cares if he's never seen a black swan or if black swans don't exist? The whole point is that if some people are claiming or there's a statement that all swans are white, then one black swan will disprove that. You know, that's the whole point of it. So I think he's missing the point, or he's maybe intentionally just putting something that's non sequitur out there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's Blue Marble. He's obsessed at the minute. He's got plenty of other problems. But what I was trying to draw was other people get completely confused about the statement, the black swan. It's no longer a logical statement, right? It's no longer.
No, they think it's a photograph.
Yeah, it's a photograph, and that's the way most people will deal with it. And even the new, let's say, flat earthers that come in, they don't know the logical argument. They don't know the understanding of why the logical argument was made. It's now all based around the picture, obviously, because the globe guys like to obfuscate the shit out of it. And that's the idea about getting your logic precise. The simpler you can make the logic, the easier it is for people to understand.
Yeah, I think maybe if you formulated it in a different way, you didn't use a photograph at all. You just spoke about the argument. like if you wanted to formulate it differently, where you spoke about how there's a claim of something being a plural and as a definite, as all things are this, all of this thing are this, your statement would be then, but one of these things disproves that thing.
No,
all
it
them
would be
things
the
like that.
challenge,
If you know what I mean?
wouldn't it? Obviously. I'll give you
without
one. Do you want me to give you one?
Okay, you give me one, yeah.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's an all statement. Yeah.
Yeah.
They
it would
just,
take one that
just need to
show
show the black swan for that statement. And
yeah,
they could have the globe then, couldn't they? Because until they did, it would be an impossibility. Wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. But
again,
it's impossible. What your statement is an impossibility to disprove. That statement there, it's impossible to disprove because all horizontal
are parallel to the plane of the horizon, obviously.
Well, horizontal is determined from the horizon. That's where horizontal is determined from. That's where we determine horizontal from. Yeah. That's where, that's it. So how can you make something not be what it is in its origin? You can't.
I know.
But
you can't. That can't exist on the globe. It's impossible.
No, it can't. That can't exist on the globe. 100%. But the difference between that and what QE did is you can't show a photographic example. What I mean is that you can show a photographic example, but it doesn't. How to explain it? It's not going to be the same. You're basically making not exactly. I don't know if I call it a different argument, but what can you show as a photographic example of what you're stating? You don't really need to show a photographic example of that because it's logical that someone can't argue it. Whereas when we're dealing with the horizon, there's a kind of a world belief of what's happening at the horizon with boats and buildings and it being a geometric thing that's blocking things and things are going over because we're taught that. So there was probably a need for a photographic example within that. Whereas what you're talking about is just a statement of fact that nobody can disprove. It can't be disproven. So they could try forever, but they'll never disprove it because you can't make the horizon not be the origin of horizontal. We wouldn't know what horizontal is without having the horizon.
Definitely geometric as well, isn't it?
And Rumpus would disagree with you, and he is spamming the chat many times that horizontal is not derived from horizon. But of course, we have checked. This is from Greek word, and of course, horizontal is from horizon, and horizon is boundary of our view. In that instance, so but Rumpus is still insisting that horizontal is not derived from horizon. So just reminding about that.
Yeah, they just need to come up with the black swan for that statement. I mean, we can make plenty of those sort of statements, which is the idea of logic. Right now, you can directly relate that to the black swan. Because it's an all somethings are something. And it's a challenge then for the globe guys. I mean, I'm with you, Brian. I mean, it's obvious. It's plainly simple that it's unfalsifiable, right? But seems like there's a certain group of people who get really upset at simplicity. Which is another point that, logic should be as simple as possible. And in order for you to put a truth statement together, that logical statement should come with a ring of truth to it. It should be so simple that you can work it out.
Sorry, I lost you there for a minute. Yeah, I just heard the last bit there. Yeah, the heliocentric believers, simple can't be part of their world. Everything has to be complicated. So when you give them a statement of fact that's purely simple, that anyone can understand, that is like they can't deal with that. You know, they need to pour concrete in front of that because they can't deal with it.
Uh-huh.
You know,
can't
if you,
look at it.
you know, no. Albert Einstein even said, supposedly is quoted as saying that if you can't explain something simply, you don't understand it well enough. So the whole point is, if you can explain something simply and everyone can understand it, then there's no better statement, is there?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the lengths that a certain group of people have gone to get away from a very simple statement that we've been making all along. I don't know. I mean, that's one of the things that, you know, the horizon is definitely geometric. You can't get it away from that. You can't say it's not geometric. It gives you the derivement of every horizontal that's linked to horizontal inexplicably, right?
Are you saying it's geometric as in it's left to right geometric as opposed to its position being a geometric? Yeah, left to right, you could say that, yeah.
Horizontals define the horizon and the horizon defines horizontal. Specifically water, right? The horizon over water defines it. And that's because water level is obviously horizontal. There's a link to this directly. Undeniable. Everybody knows it, right? Like they keep saying, 99.9% of people know it's a globe. Well, 99.9% of people know that level is a straight line and it's got no slope, so therefore it's horizontal, perpendicular to vertical. Everybody knows that. Simple. And every horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, and that's definitely geometric. Plane, parallel, perpendicular, horizon, horizontal, they're all definitely geometric.
Yeah, if you speak about it in that way, yeah, because we derive horizontal from it, from left to right, it gives us our horizontal. Then yes, it is definitely part of geometry at that point. It just can't be measured to in the frontal perspective view as being geometric.
Yeah, there's no distance measurement you can make to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what it is that what heliocentrism does, and they do a very good job of it, is they hijack things. So they took something that actually gave us a geometric fact, and they hijacked it and made it geometric within their own claim, but in a different way. So they claimed it was geometric, but not in the way it really is. They claimed it to be a geometric location, geometric location that is measurable to. That was their claim and still is. So yeah,
they claim it curves. I mean, they claim it. They have to claim it curves. Their model states it curves, but I mean, it's an impossibility because all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It may sound like a very, very simple statement, but it literally does falsify the model that they're dealing with, and that's why they're going mad at the minute. The more simple the truths, and the more obvious the truth, the harder time certain people seem to have with it. And we are watching insanity.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no other way to state it. You can't. It's literally not possible to not explain that in a simple way. Mm-hmm. It's the only way it's possible to state it. You can't even complicate it if you tried. You couldn't complicate that statement if you tried. So it's just an absolute fact of reality, and that is like a stop for their model, and it causes them wicked problems because they want to complicate everything, because they need to complicate everything. They make everything seem complicated, so it's intimidating to your average everyday person. You know, because the average everyday person is intimidated by all this heliocentric stuff. They don't ask questions about it because it's so maths laden and laden with explanations that don't comport to reality. Whereas a very
there's
simplistic fact.
arguments that have been made up, obviously, by the globe side to counter everything and anything you say. But they have no argument. They cannot form a logical statement, an argument for themselves. That's been proved. They only have negativity. That's all they've got, a misunderstanding. It's shocking.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of, as Betty says, it's I think it was Betty said it, that they, or Paula, over on the flat earth debates, that they major on the minors. So they're looking for some small thing to personally attack you on, whether it be something mathematical or whatever, you misspeak a word or something. So they latch onto those kind of things because they can't address the big issues. The big issues are simplistic things like the horizon.
It's just a logical argument put up for discussion.
Well, I would say, why don't you, over here on this server, why don't you formulate your own logical statement concerning the horizon? What I mean is in the vein of what QE put forward. Why don't you do your own version of it? But you're speaking about the horizon to do with being horizontal, as opposed to the argument that the horizon is debunking the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. Because that's what that argument does.
Yeah, if the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve, Q. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, not Q, therefore not P. Do away with the sphere completely. That one literally does get rid of the sphere. No mention of radius, no needed mention of radius. And sticking to the horizon and the water level being horizontal. It just needs to be falsified. They'll be fine, don't worry about it. They've got all the proofs and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, I have no issue at all with that statement. Obviously, that's a true statement. It's just it's a different. I would consider that a different argument from the radius argument. Because the whole point of the radius argument was to attack the radius, simply because the radius that is being claimed by the heliocentrists is the backbone of every part of their heliocentric model. It always begins and ends with that radius.
Yeah, but doesn't the other one get rid of the sphere? Spherical object.
Yeah, it does.
Therefore, the Earth is not a spherical object.
Yeah,
Would that be all right, Paper? What do you reckon?
Yes, this would and is disproving sphericity of the Earth. This what you stated just a minute ago. Yes, this is debunking Earth as a sphere.
And then all you need to do then is prove that level is horizontal, which may seem like a ridiculous thing, but I mean that's dead easy to do.
Already proven.
Yeah. And therefore you've got a fully formulated logical statement, sound, valid, and provable. You may even be able to call it a tautology, a completely wrapped up package, nice and neat.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issue with those statements. They're 100% factual. And the only way to have an issue with them is to produce the black swan that disproves those statements, which can't be produced. That's the whole point. The radius thing, like the QE's black swan argument, was purely attacking the radius and not the sphere itself. The attack was on the radius because all of the heliocentric model that they have is back engineered from that radius. So the whole point was it was attacking just that specifically, and it wasn't meant to be a debunk of the globe. Although inadvertently it debunks the model, but it wasn't a direct debunk of sphericity.
But you can admit that this argument produced by Beth is stronger. I think it's stronger
I would-
argument.
Well, I think they're different arguments. It depends. Like it depends on who you show it to, because refracted curvature over on Nathan's John was spent 3 years as within this arena as a glober, as heliocentrists, fighting with anyone who was stating anything that was not heliocentrism, until he heard the Black Swan, or QE's Black Swan argument, and that changed his mind right there and then. So it depends on who hears it, because if someone's a for the ordinary person on the street, that's like, well, yeah, I don't see how we can debunk that. They could try to debunk it. They get to the point, well, I don't know how to debunk that. Whereas the globers will say, well, it's debunked by gravity does this, and it's all pulled to the center of mass, blah, blah, blah. Whereas for someone like John, refracted curvature, who was a heliocentrist, he said he could not. He was convinced that there was a measurement that had happened, and he couldn't understand why we wouldn't. Why I'm going against the heliocentric model? Why we couldn't understand that? But then when he found out, hang on, this statement here, or this photograph alone, this proves that there was ever a measurement, or that any measurement that people might have claimed to do can never be trusted now. And straight away that changed him. He flipped there and then. He said he got a sick stomach. He felt like throwing up, he said. That's what he said. So what Bev's statements, I mean, for the average everyday person who wants to live in reality, they will not be able to go past that. It's just statements of fact. But for someone like John, he would argue against what Bev's statements are. He tell you that himself. Whereas he couldn't argue against the Black Swan. He could either accept it or go into cognitive dissonance. So it depends on it depends on who you're talking to. It'll depend on how strong the argument is, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I've heard a few of the globe calls of level not being horizontal, but begs a few questions that they don't seem to be able to answer, and we know that they have no argument for their side. So
what they've been doing, and I've been listening to your show here, obviously I've been listening in, not to every show, but probably if you do 3 or 4 a week, I've been listening to maybe 2 of them. And I've noticed is that there's no claims from some of them, because they won't all ever get on the same page. This is another part of the tactics. From some of them, that there's different levels. So the level a spirit level gives you and the level a water level gives you are 2 different levels. The spirit level will give you a horizontal, whereas the water level is level with the basically level from the center of a sphere with a radius 395 miles, whatever, right? And this, but I remember and you all remember that the bubble level was supposed to be giving you that same level that they're claiming that the water level still gives them. You know, and what's after changing them with the bubble level? I know you don't like the argument, but the bubble sextant, because of the citations to go with the bubble sextant and how they use it and how it has to work, but the bubble sextant, which is used in airplanes, that bubble within the sextant, the whole point of that bubble level was to give them a horizontal in any length they needed it to be. So they can't argue past that because they're basically arguing against celestial navigation at that point. So once the bubble level came out, they couldn't argue that a spirit level is giving you the level with the center of a globe, because it states within the citations for celestial navigation that the bubble level does not do this. It gives you a horizontal. That's the whole point of it. It gives you a perpendicular. It gives you a horizontal and vertical, because you can't have a true vertical without a true horizontal, or vice versa. You can't have perpendicular, but one of them is not. You can't have a true perpendicular if you don't have a true horizontal or a true vertical.
There's no need to put true in front of them. There is only horizontal. There isn't a true horizontal and a false horizontal. There's only horizontal.
No, that's true.
Horizontal.
Yeah, but I'm only working off of the claims that we hear and have heard for several years.
Yeah, well, that adding of the word that they do is in preparation for them adding another word in there. That's why they do it. wizards with words. There is only horizontal, or not.
Yeah.
Level
Yeah.
is horizontal. That's it.
Yeah,
That's how
that's
you get,
true. I mean, that was sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say that's how you get guys like Sean G who say that a slope is also parallel to a horizontal.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
A slope can be a parallel, but it can't be parallel to a horizontal, because the whole point of it is that it's not a horizontal. It's a flat, not a horizontal.
Any difference from horizontal is a slope.
Yeah, exactly, because it's a degree, or because that's how we define degrees, is above and below horizontal. That's the whole point of it. So if a slope is a slope of, it's going to be a slope of some degree. So there has to be not horizontal. It can't be. It's impossible.
Reference to either horizontal or vertical. All measurements.
Yeah, well, see, look, you've heard this, and I've heard it, and I've argued against it. This local horizontal claim. It's the vaguest claim. It is a total get out, but it's the vaguest claim ever, because nobody can ever give you what is the length of this local horizontal, because that would make horizontal not exist, because horizontal can never be defined at that point, and you're saying horizontal is not a constant. Horizontal is a constant. A horizontal line is a constant. It is never going to not be horizontal. So how can you have more than one horizontal over a distance? You can have horizontals of different elevations, but you can't have horizontals that are not horizontal to each other. They have to all be parallel to each other. You can't have them being at a different degree of angle to one horizontal to another. It's not possible.
I would like to see how somebody could establish a horizontal without establishing it locally. Like, how do you establish it remotely?
Well, that's the thing about it. Every time you go to establish a horizontal, you are there somewhere establishing that at the place you're at. So you can never not be at a local position when you're establishing it, regardless of what you're establishing or how you're establishing it. The point is you're there in a particular local place. You can only describe it as locally to you. You're establishing something at this point.
It's in that there,
you know,
in the chat. A water level device.
Sorry, say that again.
It says water level, Greek, or is any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. I'll say it again. Is any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference used to determine apparent inclination? There's no mention of local. Why is that? That's because this was taken before we brought the argument here. Only since we've brought the argument about a water level has it developed a few new definitions within the wiki thing. We've brought that around. There is no local horizontal argument other than the argument that these guys are trying to pretend is an argument. It's not. It doesn't make any difference. It's completely irrelevant to a line within geometry. Any line can be extended in a straight line at a termination point. It's allowed within geometry. Local has literally zero meaning, and it's only been added in after we came with a very simple argument about water level. It's a horizontal. There's no curve. We've now got blue marble literally taking that picture from that and putting a hump in the middle of it, labeling it earth curve. They're going mad because of a very simple logical argument.
Also,
Who is that? Mobius. Yeah.
You are breaking, Mobius.
All right. Well,
You're
I'm
all right
on the
now.
road.
Go on. Be quick. No. Shame.
I just wanted to say something about the water level real quick. Being useful beyond sight lines. Like you don't need to sight a water level to know that it's horizontal.
Actually, in this one, from the old school one, says water levels have been used for many years. The water level is lower tech than the laser level, but it can be more accurate over long distances and works without a sight line. That's more accurate and works without a sight line. Establishing
that-
a horizontal.
Even that statement, though, is not even correct, because the correct statement is it can't not be accurate, regardless of the distance. That's the whole point.
Mhm.
It can't not be. Whereas it's kind of a Weasley way that the guy said it there or wrote it. It's like, obviously, a laser is not going to be due to the fact that it has to go a particular distance, and it's through air and there's temperature. Then it's going to be affected because of light, or because of what it is, it being light. But when it comes to water, to say that it can be more accurate, no, it can't not be accurate regardless of the distance. That's the whole point. It couldn't be accurate locally and not be accurate for 1 billion miles.
No,
it
it's
can't
saying
not do
it's more accurate than the higher tech stuff. It's lower tech, but it's more accurate over longer distances than the higher tech stuff.
That's but what I'm saying is that, I get that. But what I'm saying is that the statement would be more precise if it was that, but a water level can't not be correct, because that's where we get level from.
Well, two things really quick before I break up again. It only depends on our ability to measure what it's telling you. So that's one place where, like, our measurement of it might be wrong, but it is actually correct. And two, a water level can be set up incorrectly to give you false information. Like if there's air bubbles in it, if there's vast temperature gradients within the length of the hose or something like that. Like there's certain things, leaks, especially leaks. But yeah, it can be set up wrong to give you false information too. So I wouldn't say that it's absolute unless it's being used correctly.
Yeah.
But I think that Brian's point was that water level, of course, if it is set up correctly, it doesn't lose accuracy over distance. But so that's yes, that's
I
right.
just wanted to add
it would be impossible
if it's set up correctly.
How could the very thing that determines what level is lose level? It can't. Like, it's an impossibility.
So the only thing is to link that to horizontal. Like, can you prove that level is horizontal? How would you do that? Well,
it would be more, how do you prove it's not?
Exactly.
Would maybe be, how do you do that? That's the problem. Because
you'd hope that the globe would be able to prove that it isn't, since they're the one that claims there's either a hump or a drop to it, right? They claim it cannot be horizontal. It's an impossibility, right? We've even got I Can Science That stating, he having a go at logic. It is Logic Night. He said, can anyone remember that? If water forms a plane, then there can be no globe. That was his statement. So water level establishing a horizontal plane is a problem. They know it. There can be no globe is the statement. that follows it, even out of the word, out of the mouth of I can science that.
Well, yeah, because it would be an absolute fact.
Mhm.
If water level is horizontal, then the globe cannot exist because it can't be spherical. Then at that point, the water levels have to show horizontal, which means all water at rest will always be level, and level will always be horizontal.
Yeah.
So it's a
All
statement that
points-
can't be denied.
All points on a horizontal plane will have an equal elevation, as shown by all elevation profiles ever drawn or whatever. Every one of them. So
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
and all horizontal
So-
planes in all of those are parallel.
Yeah, I mean, two lakes at rest at different elevations are parallel horizontals.
Mhm.
So two still lakes at different elevations will be parallel horizontals. They won't be at different horizontals to each other or some other thing like that.
Well,
That's
they
not
can't be.
possible.
They can't be tilting, like verticals, right? Now verticals don't tilt, do they? There's no such thing as a tilting
No.
vertical.
No, that's the whole diverging zenith thing is all starts with, as you know, fully aware of. It all starts with a pre-assumption that all these zeniths will meet at the center of a spherical object,
Stolen
which
concept.
means
Blue Marble's
Yeah.
just about to bring it back. Don't ruin it. Blue Marble's just preparing a presentation. He's bringing the stolen concept back. You know, all of them fake surveyors that they had. Jesse Kozlowski and the guy from Maine. And who else had to go?
was it Steve something? Was there a Steve?
There was the disco ball surveyor, Aaron, whatever he was called, I forgot, so long ago. But they've all gone. We just had Sean in just recently. He hasn't got a clue about what a 2-peg test's for. That's pretty shameful. But like, obviously, the globe side has no geometers. They have no surveyors. But they're just about to bring Blue Marble in. Now, Blue Marble's going to have a go at what all of these other guys have tried. And they've had to do a runner. I think Blue Marble's getting ready to do his swan song. I've warned him against it. I said you shouldn't really do it, Blue. But yeah, the great big paralogism that's born into a stolen concept. Blue Marble's about to blow the lid wide open of exactly how impossible this model that they have is.
Well, I won't say any more then about the verticals thing. But what I will say about what Blue Marble is, from what I hear, from what he's attempting to do, what I find from the heliocentrists is they do this stuff. And for a time, I'll admit, I was under the impression that they were broadcasting this out to the masses. But Nathan makes a good point. He has made a good point that people like Blue Marble are actually stuck in a little corner of the internet, like the rest of us. And that basically what he's doing is to appease him and basically not that big of a group of people that surround him.
Tiny
if you think
group.
about it,
Tiny.
yeah, they're not that big. We're under the impression they are. We were, maybe.
Well, I was never under the impression that these guys had any bigger a following than what they say. I mean, they claim 99%, right?
Yeah.
Well, I claim that 99.9% haven't got a clue. They're just oblivious to it. And they would know that level is a straight line more often than not. They just wouldn't know the implications of that. Because these guys that we're talking to, like you're right, they're a tiny little group. They go absolutely ballistic at you saying obvious facts. They haven't got an argument. They've never been able to present an argument. That's one thing you've got to admit. You've never had a decent conversation back and forth where you actually gain some knowledge out of it when talking to a globe model believer, fanatic, let's say. Because they're not just sort of believing a globe. They're actually fantasizing about it. And they get triggered. Blue Marble got up wherever he is this morning at 2 o'clock and came straight into this Discord chat. He's obsessed. He can't stop himself. Chikey's making Twitter accounts to follow me around, telling me shit about my son and his photographs. The Morganas. They're triggered.
Yeah, but Dick, the problem is they can't face the reality that the best they've got is basically personal attacks at this stage. I'm not saying they all do it, but I'm saying that is where it leads to. Stupidity. Like, if Chikey really had any solid evidence for what he believes, he wouldn't need to go to the point of making Twitter accounts to attack you and your son on Fata Morganas. Like, what a pointless endeavor to spend your time doing. You know, why do that? You know, if there was anything solid there that they could really, really grasp onto and really use outside of something that's just purely consensus belief, you know, then they wouldn't need to do that. It would be unnecessary.
Like you say, we're in a really small corner of the internet, and the people we're dealing with are they're playing or placating to their little group, and their little group are literally mad. They go against reality in some of the strangest ways. And they are literally delusional about it. They've got an upside down version of reality. And it's that the model has done that to them. Unable to get the model out of their thinking. Every thought they have goes towards that model. Like when I said at the beginning, when I asked Blue Marble about the Black Swan, he couldn't stop himself about thinking about QE. And that picture. Yeah. That's where their mind go every time. But Rumpus, every time you ask Rumpus a question, boom, circle. That's it. It's the deriving thoughts. Oh, and diletheism. Two truths. The ability to make up their own definitions of things. And make
that's why. Sorry, I mean to cut in here, but that's why the definitions of words are less important to heliocentrists, because they want to be able to give you a definition for a word that suits them within their argument at that time, and give me a different one at a different time. Because if they're held down to a specific definition, that's no good to them. So they need to be able to define things in 2 different ways or 4 different ways. There's, you know, the lengths that they go to is for me, it's mind-boggling, because I would never waste my time doing it. You know, it's not worth that effort. It's easier just to accept I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Or you're wrong about something, than go down that road.
Well, they see, being logic, the logical argument will always win out. There's not an argument towards each other. It's not personal. It's towards the argument, the actual argument. And that way that you can keep it not about people. It's normally the best way to do it. But more often than not, we are dealing with a strange group of people that have no argument. And because they have no argument, they have to go to these other areas. Now, the strange thing about it is that through finding logic and following this chain of events, we can specifically pinpoint why they have no argument and why they have no proof. And
Well,
go on.
you were just saying that, like, everything they do starts with a character assassination attack of some kind. Not every one of them, but a large majority of them. So they'll address you straight off as you don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand. They call it you're an idiot or whatever. So it's instantly an attack personal, as opposed to an addressing of what is and what is not. Because that is that way it gets it away from facts. Because the natural reaction is, and I still have it often, is to defend yourself. Whereas defending yourself is what they want you to do, because then you're having a personal argument about you defending your own character, as opposed to your argument about something as a fact. Yeah,
because that's all they've got. They've got no argument, and some arguments that you bring are so painful for them they can't even think of the thought of it. So they'll have blocking strategies whenever they sense that you're going anywhere near that particular topic. I mean, I know, like, when we're talking now, Brenda's listening in, and there will be things that Brenda doesn't want to hear but has to, because Brenda's waiting to come in. It's tough listening to some of the things, some of these truths, actual truths rather than the double truths that they have. But they're all tactics to get away from looking at a particular argument, which they're probably jealous of, but they know that they can't refute it. Because to be able to refute an argument, you'd have to come up with a counter argument, and they don't have arguments. They can't have an argument in favour of the globe.
No, because the most basic parts of reality to do with the world we live in are the antithesis. Sorry, I can't say the word, of it being what they believe it is. It can't be that because of this. It's that simple. You know, whatever that this is. Put example in. You know, there's too many things that make it not possible to be what they believe it is. But some of them, like Brenda, I would consider Brenda, I know she's listening, but I would consider Brenda as someone who has made a decision to not care about whether something is true or false. You know, it's like the truth doesn't matter. What matters is the winning of an argument, or to seem to be winning, or whatever. That's more important. Or the character assassination of someone, or the wasting of someone's time, blah, blah, blah. That's more important than truth. You know, that's how I would view not just Brenda, but a lot of the rest of the heliocentrists too. But Brenda is a great example, because Brenda doesn't care what's true and what's factual.
Yeah, Brenda taught us about paraconsistent logics, and which led us to diletheism. It's
I mean,
fancy little thing where you can just plop an axiom in the beginning of your thought pattern that says you can have contradictions, but it allows contradictions, but it seems to have this really strange effect that once they have this diletheism axiom built in, they cannot see a contradiction. They can literally write out a statement. Well, I'll get you it.
Like from yesterday, Carpenter's that observation fits planar, horizontal, or whatever it was, and observation.
There you go. Check that out.
Non-planar, and when we pointed out that this is contradiction, he said, "No, this is no contradiction."
Yeah, he states it there. It says there is no contradiction between a water level tool using 2 points to establish a straight line, which we define to be horizontal, and water level being a curved surface. There's no contradiction between a straight line and a curved surface.
Yeah, there can't be for them. That's the problem. For them, there can't be a horizontal and a curve. So a horizontal line and a curved line has to be exactly the same thing for them.
Yeah.
So they can't have it any other way.
See it as being a contradiction. When it blatantly is a contradiction. It's fascinating. We've been studying for quite a bit.
Well, you can't define a horizontal or a curved line at that point because you can't tell one from the other. So a curved line, I can draw a curved line and claim it to be a horizontal within my thinking process because that's what I have to believe is reality. For me to believe I live within the heliocentric model, I have to believe that. I have to be able to draw a curved line on a page and then state that that's a horizontal to myself. I have to actually be able to do that. Mm-hmm. It's literally that. It's that weird.
Yeah, they've been like that forever.
And by the way, Carpenter is repeating. They think P is consistent with Q, and P is consistent with not Q is a contradiction. Yes, it is. It is called in Latin contradictio in adjecto. In adjective. This is contradiction in adjective. Man, learn logic.
Yeah, but that's because he's a diletheist, obviously. He can't see the contradiction because they've added this axiom where contradictions are allowed. But side effect is that they can't see contradictions because I don't think they've been taught it. It's sort of a consequence of an exploded mind rather than a natural thought. Somebody's allowed them to do this, whether it be in their own mind or, somebody's initiated this thought. I'd say it's a model affliction derived.
Well, it is actually because we spoke about this at times over a flat earth debate as well. And one of the things is that, let's just use the example of gas pressure. When you're shown, let's say you're shown in school or college, that you're shown how gas pressure works, you have a container and you create the pressure within the container. You can change the pressure with temperature, blah, blah, blah. But then the very next class, you're shown that you live on a spherical object and that you have all this air pressure that exists around the spherical object without a container, and outside of all this.
You've been taught that at school. That's within this debate.
Yeah, but
surely.
no, it's like that is a contradiction. And just use that as an example. That is a contradiction that's put out there because that is a contradiction that the world lives with.
Well, yeah, only afterwards as an adult. It's not. Don't put that in schools because kids don't deal with that as a contradiction in schools. The problem is these contradictions are obviously everywhere as long as you put the model there. And most people live model free. They aren't aware of the globe model. Right? But the thing I found is when you do make somebody aware, you literally, you find these two pieces and you put them together right in front of people, literally showing them that they do actually hold a contradiction. At that moment, a couple of things can happen. More often than not, as I've found, you end up making Gem Pandas or people like that, right? Because the more strongly they hold the globe is how strong they are willing to deny the reality of a simple thing like a level being horizontal. That cannot be true And at that moment, the mind is seriously at risk. Which way do you go? Because if you go with the model, you have to go against very simple things.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I know the term is controversial, but I'll use it just for the sake of explanation. Well, when we speak about that over on flat earth debate, or as Nathan defined it, it's like when you produce evidence for somebody that is completely contradictory to what they believe concerning the heliocentric model or whatever, if they decide to go against that evidence, that doesn't change the evidence from being something that is evidence to something that isn't evidence. It doesn't change it from being contradictory. It just makes the person ends up with a decision to either accept that the evidence is debunking what they believe, or to fight against the evidence and become what Nathan terms as anti-flat earthers. But I understand that's a controversial term. But the point is that people will then go against, because I'm sure you've heard it here plenty of times. They literally state things that are going against what they actually believe, but it's the whole point of them making these statements and arguments that literally go against what they're actually believing is because they're trying to go against you, showing them a contradiction that they can't get over. It's a hurdle you can't jump over. You can't get over that hurdle. It's a contradiction. This contradicts what you're saying is true, or contradicts your belief. So if you can't jump over this hurdle, all you can do is fight against the hurdle. That doesn't change the hurdle.
Yeah, but they're mad, and as we've found, there's no point arguing with mad people that have no argument. It gets nowhere. There's literally no point. They keep saying to us like, "Oh, well, you're in your little echo chamber," but they keep coming here. I'd be happy not to deal with them because they're mad, and I think us talking to them makes them even more mad because they have to make up more contradictions against, and we make it simpler, and they have to deny that, and at some point there's got to be a breaking point, right? No doubt you've dealt with it. I mean, I've dealt with many people that have a struggle about straight lines. They have to bend straight lines. And in order to do that, you have to make a mental leap to allow yourself to be able to do that. And once you do that, literally, you've exploded your logical system. And if you've done that in your mind, you've got an exploded mind. And that's what we're dealing with, sadly.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these people it's unfortunate for them, not all of them, but I think a lot of them are kind of going into the realm of madness. And like, obviously some of them have actually started going mad. And what I find is that some of their main tactics against anyone that says anything against their that says anything that you may not even have to address their heliocentric model. You're just stating something that is not in line with that, or contradicts that, or debunks it, or whatever. Then what their intention is, even if it's not an intent, what they end up doing, because I can't state it's an intent or not, because I don't know what's going on in someone else's head. But the more you deal with them, the more mad you'll end up becoming. So I personally have avoided dealing with them as much as possible. I even charge. I started charging €5,000 per debate since the start of 2022.
And how much have you made?
Said to me, sorry?
How much have you made?
Nothing, because they won't pay it. But the whole point is that I've had a few of them say to me, "You're scared to debate," and I go, "Yeah." Because I don't want to have 2 hours of my time wasted going around in circles with your belief. I don't want to do that. What's the point? So if I'm going to have to do that, I at least want to get something for it. And they've said, oh, your paywall is like, no one's going to pay that. I said, yeah, if someone does pay it, I will definitely do the debate. But most people won't pay it. So that way, I don't even have mask. I won't be having debates then, unless I ask one of them for a debate or something. But if they want a debate with me, then they'll have to pay that money. And it becomes a position of annoyance for them, because they want to accuse me of being scared of debating them. But it's the truth. I don't want to debate them, because they don't. It's not a debate. You can't debate somebody who. The whole point of a debate is one
somebody
person
with no argument, right? Just
yeah.
They've got no argument. Simple. Test them. Ask them what's their argument. What's their best argument? And guaranteed, they haven't got one.
No, their best argument is to attack you. Most of the time, that's the best
not an argument, is it?
It's not. It's because we're speaking about what is fact and what is not fact in reality. Because that's the problem. When it gets down to the brass tacks of it, that's the problem we're in the world. There's people making claims and statements in the world, and it's going on a long while, maybe decades, maybe, I don't know, maybe more than maybe centuries, that are obviously not true to do with our reality. So all we want to do is get down to the facts of what reality is and what it shows us, and as opposed to speaking about what it doesn't show us. And if you're going to spend 2 hours talking to someone who has no interest in dealing with that, what's the point? There's no point, because if I debate against you on something, and you make a statement or a fact that I can't go against, what's the point in me going against it? It's like, no, I lost. It's over. Obviously, I was wrong. He was right in the story. But that doesn't happen within this. I haven't heard that happen one time yet.
I've always said, right? I mean, one of the things within this arena, you have literally changed what debate is by the shows, because there's never been a debate. Nobody's ever had a debate, like a proper structured debate. Topic, and then you have people argument either side of that topic, and then they debate the topic, and the arguments come from either side. That's never happened. Literally, what has happened is now flat Earth debate has turned into shouting at each other.
That's where it's gone to.
Yeah. And not only that, it's the debate flat Earth and more, right? Just as bad, or even worse, actually. I mean, that's a horrible place, but that's changing the idea of debates. Modern day debates. There's another one. They're changing what a debate is in order, right? And it's because they have no argument. They cannot debate. So they need to change the meaning of debate within this arena and get everybody compliant with that understanding of that word. So, like, if we were to have a debate, it'd be great. It'd be eye-opening, right, to the arena and this people. Just because people would see what it is. It's a discussion amongst the two. There's no win or lose within debate. A debate should be a conversation where knowledge is transferred and gained through a discussion.
Well, yeah, a debate should be a win-win. It doesn't, like, there shouldn't be a lose in a debate. It should be a win-win. Whereas we both end up knowing what is a fact concerning that topic at the end of the debate. That's the whole point of it. The whole point of debating was that. I did watch one debate. It happened in a university. There was 2 PhDs or whatever. They're having this debate. I don't even remember exactly what it was about. It lasted about 20 minutes. There was no aggression. And both sides produced their argument. And one side conceded. And that was that. Everyone was happy. Like, no, I mean, okay, that's kind of a perfect structure or whatever for a debate. But the point is that that's what it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to continue arguing past the point of being debunked. What's the point? The whole point is that we're getting facts. Whereas what we've been involved in is not a debate. Because one side has been allowed to be involved in something without being able to produce proper evidence for their argument. So that means they don't have an argument. They have a belief. A belief is not enough to debate against if you're talking about the physical and natural world we live in. If you're talking about geometry, things, surveying, things like that. These are things we use to literally measure and define the place we live in on. And if you don't have if you can't argue against the basics of what that shows, then you don't have an argument. So what's the point? But from our logical point of view, we see no reason. But we're not the ones with this affliction, as you call it, model affliction. We're not the ones with that. Well, I know I'm not going to say there isn't flat earthers who don't have that issue. There is. But as far as like the globe model affliction, we don't have that here. So if you tell me this is this, and I can't show any different, and I can't disprove any different, and it just facts are facts, then what's the point in me arguing against it?
Yeah, they're struggling. But I mean, there's no harm in a discussion about anything, particularly reality. There should be no anybody getting upset or anything. These are all simple. Everybody's after trying to understand things, and where we come from is the most simple you could ever get on any subject. Right down to how you understand the learning process, all the way down to the word, the meaning of the word, the identity of the subject that we're dealing with, and what exactly is the point of the argument? Where do you want to get to? It's all very simple stuff that the conversation should be about, that sort of thing.
But not with the sophist.
No,
Sophist is trying to win argument, even if his argument is untenable.
Well,
because
how
he
could
wants,
you? Go on, sorry.
yes, because he wants to prove himself superior.
And when you
Even
catch a sophist trying to talk about with geometry, then
yes, they are
what?
trying to do that. Yes, this
Yeah.
is mission impossible, but they still trying to do that. Yes, that's it's like jumping to empty water pool. Yes, but I don't know why. Don't ask me about
Yeah.
their motivations.
But what I'm saying is that once you know the people you're talking to are literally trying sophistical geometry, they're trying to bend straight lines within an argument right in front of your face. They're literally stating contradictions and then saying they're not contradictions and you don't understand. The conversation is literally broke down at that point, and there's no point talking to that type of people other than to show everybody the madness that happens when you allow a model to take over your thought patterns. You can't drop them.
We would be trying to use the Socratic method, where things are defined, and we define what we're talking about. We don't have loose definitions. We don't have contradictory definitions. Whereas it's Socratic versus sophistry. We're on the Socratic side, whereas they're on the sophistry side, where they are willing to contradict. It's all about winning, not about facts or gaining of knowledge, or the understanding of reality. There's none of that. According to what they believe, I'm now living on a local horizontal, and Bev is living on another local horizontal. But those two things are not parallel to each other. those two local horizontals are not parallel to each other, and they're not horizontal. Only one of them is horizontal at any given time. That's where they have to believe it. It's past where they can't see is always where the curve is between two people. So between me and you, Bev, there's a big curve within their belief, but it can never be shown where you are or where I am, regardless of where we are at any time.
Try not to put our minds in the minds of mad people. Like you said, there's a danger that you could also go mad. And I do believe that's one of the things that does happen. Right? All of that, because there's another thing, is that the sort of, the people calling you all sorts of names and whatnot makes you a slight bit more aggressive when you meet people in normal land, right? Out of this arena, let's say. And you associate those people out there with the ballers that you have in here, which is a dangerous thing to do, because these people that we have in this particular arena are the extreme versions of what can happen once you've been in an arena for years. Constantly, I mean, they have no argument. They've never had an argument. Yet they must have seen lots of different things and challenges towards the model just coming from questions that they obviously get upset about. And they've had to formulate some sort of polyfiller thing to fill the gaps that these questions have caused. And that's eventually just drove them mad.
Well, I think that they have actually driven some flat earthers. I know that the term flat earther, even that is kind of a ridiculous term. The only reason we even have that term is because someone started claiming that it was a globe. Nobody would have ever called the Earth flat if nobody had ever claimed it was a globe. It's the difference between a classroom globe and a map. So one person points at a globe, the classroom globe, and says it's a globe. The other person says no, it's a map. It's flat. And you have this situation where you have people who I think a lot of the flat earthers have gone a bit mad, because they've been driven mad due to this constant interaction with people whose intention may be to, even some of them, to drive them mad, because they got nothing else. They have a hatred towards flat earthers, basically. And also because some of the people that flat earthers deal with are going to be so, all I can call it is unstable logically, that if you continually interact with them, you will end up. It's like a Stockholm syndrome. We end up in some kind of a weird way. We end up kind of appeasing with your captor. It's one of the reasons I don't spend much time on Discord. I'll only come onto Discord to go onto your show or to go onto QE's when he was on it. Now it's only your show. I don't come on here. I very, very rarely am on Discord, because it's so toxic logically that you will end up being driven mad if you keep on being in communication with people who are going mad, or have gone, maybe some of them.
Yeah, we might be helping them go mad by just stating blatant facts, simple facts. But I don't think we should stop saying simple facts, right? I mean, it is only these special group of people around this arena that is obviously diminishing. They're going mad. They've been brought to the brink because the arguments got simpler and simpler. But they've brought that around. They keep saying that they don't understand it, so it gets simpler. We'll make it simpler. And now it's at the point that they can hardly deny it. But they have to. They've been driven into it. And there's not many people left. I mean, is there? You must have seen the decline of the serious globe earther. There's plenty more of these little channels that do their own little videos about things, but they'll never come and talk to you. They'll never try and have a discussion. They'll just make up stuff in videos about you, the videos that you've made. They get literally they make more content from you than they do original content of their own. That's a fact. All you've got to do is look at Blue Marble Science's entire channel, and it's filled with all of the faces that you'll recognise.
Yeah, I mean, what I find is what they do is they'll take whatever you've said, and this is part of the driving us mad. Now I know you're not someone who states that you're a flat earther. I don't mean it that way. But I mean is that anyone who is not on their side, so they'll take what you say and they'll try and manipulate it in some way, either publicly or through a video or whatever, as a way of, it's like a red flag. They're trying to give you a red flag and turn you into the bull. So you end up being just as mad as them and coming after them. I found myself doing my best to avoid that as much as possible and not doing response videos and all this, because you can end up having 10 response videos with somebody, and the whole point of them having you do these response videos is not to prove anything. It's just to take your energy that you're putting into it away from you using that energy more productively. Like when they say to you, you're in your little echo chamber, you are. Why not? What progress are you going to make, right, within what you want to progress in, if you don't speak with each other? You know what I mean? If you keep wasting your time speaking to people who want to stop progress, then you won't make progress. Are you making more progress speaking with each other and with the following on the channel? Or you make more progress going around in circles arguing with Brenda, who only wants you to go around in circles? You know, so yeah, over Nathan's, we've become an echo chamber simply because we don't, and they can call you an echo chamber if they want, simply because there's more progress logically, intellectually being made, simply because we're not dealing or looking to deal with people who only want to take your energy, waste your time, bring you around in circles, because they just don't want you to progress or in any way where anyone outside of them is going to hear you. They want you and the people on this server and me and people over at Nathan's and QE and whatever, they want the groups like us to not ever be heard outside of them. They want us to continually keep them relevant and keep on having tit for tat bullshit cipher language arguments with them that mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's there's a difference between arguing and an argument. The words have been changed. People now think an argument is when people start shouting at each other. It's not, or it shouldn't be. It should be a logical discussion. Emma, what question in the YouTube chat? Who's that? Which one? Are you referring to online characters or people in the real world? That one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Yeah, all people are in the real world. They're the only ones that I know. The online characters, I mean, unless we know that the people we deal with are role-playing. All sorts of role-playing characters. They have all sorts. I don't know whether they have madness within the role play of those characters, or whether it is the argument that's literally doing that, or the fact that we're still here. Because I mean, like Brian says, they want you to go mad and just leave the arena. That's been publicly stated by a fair few of them. literally don't want you round. Chaiki said many times he wants me to shut my YouTube channel down. He can't bear to hear it. Not listening doesn't seem to be an option.
Well, yeah, because for every day that, let's just say, for every day that this server here exists, that's another day of embarrassment for them. That's a growing embarrassment day by day, that they can't bring an argument that shuts down, let's say, the server or Nathan's or wherever. They can't do that because they're not bringing the argument. They're having like arguing is personal, isn't it? If me and you were arguing, we'd be having a personal thing, whereas an argument is not. It's impersonal, if you see it that way.
Yeah.
Whereas,
the traditional, old school, the logical argument where you, basically, the science, right? The cause and effect is within a logical argument, the antecedent consequent. It's a direct relationship. It's science is the acquisition of knowledge, and logic is the reasoning that gives you that knowledge. That's how you get knowledge. Is you gain experience, and there's a connection in the brain that compels you to understand what's going on, and you to know what you're doing. It gives you knowledge, literally.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're not going to logically, if you're looking to, if you think you're looking for knowledge, but you're not using logic within what you think is a search for knowledge, then you can never be sure that you're gaining knowledge. That's the whole point of, like, the scientific method, is that it's a logical method that gives you a yes or no on something that you think is a cause to an effect. Let's just say, just as an example, that is a logical method. The whole point of it is it's logical. That if you do find something out at the end of your process, that you find out whether what you thought was causing an effect either was or was not. There is no grey area. It's either yes or no, black or white. It either does or it doesn't. And so if you're looking for knowledge in any way, I'm not just talking about in that way where it's a natural cause and effect, but in any way, if you're not using and adhering to solid logic, then you can never be sure that what you're getting is knowledge. You know, it's like, how can you be sure what you're getting is knowledge if you haven't logically scrutinized the process you're getting it with? You know, and I think that's where we come in. That's why, like, the people we deal with, they don't have that scrutiny of their logic.
They have no logic. They cannot have logic. That's the reason they have no argument. When you simplify all of this stuff down, you can break things down like we did with geometry. You do the same with logic and the formulation of logic. In order for you to have an argument, you need to have logic. And if you have no logic, then how can you formulate an argument? And the reason they can't have logic is because they can't identify something. But in order for you to formulate a statement, you have to be able to identify a thing that you can then predicate on to form a statement. And in order for you to predicate on it, it has to be a thing. And the globe model, unfortunately, isn't a thing. And that's where they get stuck. That's why they get stuck. That's why logic exposes all of these problems. Providing you mind your P's and Q's. Get your logic system and your antecedent consequent relationship all sorted. Make sure all of the identities of the subjects that you're talking about, make sure they all fit. And that's where the argument comes in. I mean, that formulation is the argument. And the discussion around that argument is how to improve the argument into a tautology. It's a logical statement that is truth, right? It compels the mind to that truth. That's the ideal. That's what you're after. And that's what an argument should be, a discussion to improve the argument. Everybody should gain from it, because at the end you get a truth. That's why the Globe guys are going mad. Because a natural argument leads to a truth, and that truth cannot be a globe. In fact, everything that comes from these arguments says not globe. And that's why they're upset.
Well, you know the way you state that the Earth is not flat. It can't be because we have mountains and valleys and whatever else, right? Well, that can't be argued with. Well, when I heard that, I couldn't argue. I was like, well, yeah, it's a foregone conclusion. You can't argue with that.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody can argue with that. But what we have, and I understand why you said that, and why you started saying that, is because what we have is a situation where we have a lot of people claiming the Earth is flat, right? And a lot of other people claiming within the arena the Earth is a globe. Now, it's not either, right? It's not flat because it would be, because it's three-dimensional. It can't be flat. We have elevations. It can't be flat. But we can show that it's definitely not a globe.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the whole point of it is, yeah, I could easily say that the Earth does have a horizontal baseline that all elevations can be taken for above and below that point. You could say, I could say that with certainty. Yeah, that's not something I don't see how anyone could debunk that it has a horizontal baseline that all elevations can be taken from.
The full hashtag that
I can't say I have, no. I'm not on Twitter, so no. Oh.
It's mountains and valleys negate flatness, but the water is level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the whole point of it is that, like, water at rest, like, water is constantly. I brought out a little shorts video there recently where I have just this little bowl on a draining board. Now, the draining board is not horizontal; it has a slope because it's draining, and the bowl has water in it. And the bowl, obviously, the water is horizontal and is obviously not in line with the slope. It's not parallel with the slope underneath. It's very simple. It's only a shorts, less than a minute. And the whole point I make within it is that water is constantly striving to become horizontal. That's what it does. It's constantly trying to become a horizontal. So when it does get the chance to do that, like on a very still lake with very still weather conditions, like we get to see that, or on the ocean when it's very still, because I've seen it, we've all seen it, where you do get to see basically water, a large body of water showing you a horizontal. You get to see it because that's what it's always trying to be.
True horizon over water.
Yeah.
It's horizontal. That defines the horizontal, right? They back each other. So that's not really in question.
No, it's not. It can't be in question. It's an impossibility.
And the water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. That has to be denied by the globe. I know. It's a tool that everybody knows that does that. Yet it has to be denied by the globe. And yet the globe will do that. They will literally tell you that it cannot. That's a sign of madness. That they're willing to do that, and nobody's gonna go against that out there in the real world. That's not around this thing. It's only this really small group of people that understand the link between a water level being horizontal and it not being a globe. Everybody else, they're just living their lives. Like now, giving them that contradiction and putting it together, what might happen? I mean, who knows? Who's willing to take the risk? You could be making people mad And do you want that? Because what seems to happen is when you are one of these people that gives them this contradiction, when you put it there, you become the object of the obsession. They can't they can't see the argument that you've put together, so they obsess over you instead.
Well, you're the problem because you're pointing out where their belief doesn't comport with reality. So the problem is you. In a more perfect world for them, you wouldn't be around. As soon as you turn up, they would get rid of you. If they had a Gestapo that could get rid of you, then, or whoever, anyone else that they don't want around, that person would be gone. If they could do that, they would. In a more perfect world for them, because you're pointing out things that makes their belief impossible to be anything but a belief, and that's the issue they have. But they've driven, yeah.
They've got the most faith I've ever known, and I do know a few religious people, and these guys have got tons of faith, but I think it's starting to break down.
That's why it is painful for them, because they want to stay in this false calamity state. And when someone is trying to give them some logical argument, it disturbs this calamity, false calamity. So you and me and many people are just causing disturbance within their falsely calmed mind. Because if you are trying to give them truth, it breaks their model and their way of thinking, and they lose their the calamity, so-called. So that's why they are attacking you, because you are the cause of them being nervous, because they want to have calm with this model. They want to venerate this model in peace, and you are disturbing this peace. Sorry, but and for them, this is your fault. You are guilty.
They come here though, right? Or they listen in. I keep saying and warning people, you've got a model, like don't lock it in a box or something. Practice epoche. Reserve judgment. It's not worth losing your mind over these things. It doesn't change reality. Reality always will stay as reality is. Does not make a difference what model you conceive in your mind. It's not worth losing your mind over.
Well, when I said earlier that a lot of the globe side has driven flat earthers a bit mad, like the claim of being a flat earther, as I said earlier, nobody would ever claim that the earth is a flat plane unless somebody started claiming that it was a sphere, because the opposite from spherical, but what was being claimed was crazy. What is being claimed, we should say. It was something we call over on Nathan's the Feast of Nonsense. As I remember in 2015, when I first got into this, we were given an ice wall and a dome and all this other stuff. And it's like, there are all these things that you couldn't prove is there or not there. So as an argument, they're terrible. So if I tried to argue that there's an ice wall, how do I prove there's an ice wall of whatever 70-something thousand miles around? I couldn't prove that. I couldn't prove there's a dome. I could, from an engineering standpoint, I could argue for a dome being, from an engineering standpoint, the strongest shape you can make. But I can't argue that there's a dome, because I can't show someone a dome. I can argue that there has to be a shoreline because we have liquid water. And I can argue that there has to be solid containment because we have gas pressure. Now, I can only work within the reality I understand and I know. So I'm working within the reality of physics there, 3D reality of physics that we know. All water always has to have containment at its sides and bottom, and air at pressure can only be attained through having a solid containment, or to be contained in its whole around all sides and up top, bottom, whatever. But what we were given in 2015 was a model. And so with people out there, and I've seen them I'm not on TikTok, but I've seen videos that are based on TikTok. And you have people out there, and they're literally bringing out mad claims. Now, even if some of the stuff they're bringing out has some factual things to it, where they're showing this and showing that, but then they add on these things about ice walls and domes. It's just like, it's not as crazy as heliocentric globe, but it's along the same lines, because that's not something you can support. It's not something you can show. You can say, well, water requires a shoreline, or gas pressure requires solid containment, and that's something that nobody can argue against unless they can show the opposite. But you can't claim there's an ice wall in a dome, because then you're claiming a model, and it's nonsense that you can't support. So I think a lot of the globe earthers it started off by handing people a model of a flat Earth, when the Earth isn't flat. It can be, if you're in an airplane up high, especially with the right weather conditions, you can describe it as flat, or an aspect of it looks flat, but it's not when you're on the ground, because there's obviously not. You have elevation, so it's obviously not a horizontal plane. It might have a basis. Its basis might be a horizontal plane, but as a whole, it's not. It's 3-dimensional. But you have people who are literally, I think, going a bit mad on the flat Earth side because of arguing with this other crazy madness that we were given the impression is reality. And the more people on the flat Earth side go mad, the better it is for the people on the opposite side. Because
you've been arguing against mad people.
Yeah.
Right. So you've been arguing against madness. You've been coming with reality, right? A question or whatever. And they've said the opposite. And then you've started arguing with the opposite. And in order to do that, you have to put your mind in their position. But their position is a position of madness. And that inevitably will end up turning you mad yourself, because you're putting your mind in where it shouldn't be. We originally called that, right, the Penrose, because Roger Penrose had to do that, but he did it with space, and it changed because we met George. And he had done exactly the same. Took his mind to places where it shouldn't go, but not into space. He'd done it. He brought that, here. And the geometric impossibilities of the globe model had been implemented by George in his own mind. And I think he drove himself mad. And that's, we called the nutsack. The mental condition, where the globe just sort of overrides everything. And you hear it within flat earthers. They can't get the globe out of their thoughts. It derives their thinking, and that's dangerous again.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's take the example of the greater world. That when you open your door this time of year, what are people talking about? They might be talking about or thinking about Halloween coming up. But a lot of people are actually thinking about Christmas time, right? So people are focused on things that you end up not being focused on. Because you walk outside your door and you're still in this world of arguing against the globe. And that's not healthy psychologically. And it would be worse for someone on the other side. Because when you walk outside your door and you look up in the sky has to be this great vacuum, where there's satellites and all this other stuff floating around. It has to be. You look at the water. There has to be a curve. It has to be. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it's worse maybe for people on the other side, but for anyone who's going against what they are saying, when you walk outside your door, other people are thinking, right? I know it's generic, but other people are thinking Christmas is coming soon. Whereas you can end up thinking, when you walk outside your door, you're thinking, how can this can't be a globe because of this, and this can't be a globe because of that. Look at this thing, look at that thing. And suddenly you realize you're just standing in reality. It's like, hang on, I don't even have to think all that stuff. That's all on the internet. The closest I ever saw to their model is always a two-dimensional orthographic view model diagram. That's all. When I think back, outside of the NASA photograph from this claimed photograph from 1972, whatever, outside of that kind of thing, I've never seen anything outside of that isn't just a diagram. In 7 years, an orthographic diagram. That's the best I've seen.
That's why I said to Paper at the beginning, what would you accept as a black swan? Could you accept a picture? Remember that, Paper? Could you accept a picture? This is why I said that. Because it comes down to it, doesn't it? Yeah, well,
yes.
Yeah, it's still a picture, isn't it? I mean, you may say it's CGI, but other people will say, well, it's a picture.
Yes, but that's why I was referring to old pictures, like not that they could possibly only be produced in normal way, like old photos on
69
film tape.
Yeah, that's what they had, wasn't it? On a roll of film.
Maybe, but because it's harder to fake, especially if, for example, this photographer is just average Joe. Because, of course, if you are in NASA and so they used these old tapes supposedly in moon landing, but now we can see that this is fake. But normal people using old cameras with roll tapes, old films, I would say it would be impossible to fake for them to make fake photos in old days.
Well, I wouldn't. I would insist on myself doing it. So I'd just reserve judgment up until that point. No problem. Not hurting anybody.
I wouldn't say that it would be for me hard proof, and but I would give some credibility to that. It doesn't make a logical argument.
Sort of make it a grey swan, or closer to white. Would it like a dirty white swan?
No, but I'm talking about arguments. So it would be still some not reluctant, but some kind of distance. I would have some distance to that kind of proof. So it would create rather stronger or weaker opinion on that, not just a proof, because logically it is not a proof. Any picture is not a proof. It is just maybe evidence, not proof.
Yeah, we were saying for the black swan. Yeah.
Go on, Brian.
Yes.
Yeah, what I'd say about it is that you're correct in what you said earlier, is the black swan, Curie's black swan just became a photograph, which it was never intended to be a photograph. The photograph for a start came from a video, so it's from a video. But secondly, and more importantly, is it's supposed to be, the whole point of it is it's supposed to show how the horizon is not where it would be claimed to be if we were on a globe from this observation height. Consequently, it can't be a geometric location. It can't be geometric. It's not a geometric location. And the whole point of it was that someone could then go, like if you, the whole point of it was, 1 second, sorry, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, that exactly. That was what I got from it, was that the black swan is there for you to find, right? So we have a gas rigs out off the coast, off the coast of Ranty, actually. So that surprised me a fair bit that Ranty had these sort of things available to him, and yet he decided to pick a picture that he found on the internet, right? So it's obvious, it's dead easy to see. If you take the logical principles of what QE's black swan was, right? It's not a black swan, but it is, go out and find these conditions yourself. Put a thing in the distance and then see if you can find the horizon beyond it. Very simple to do, and I'd say anybody can do it, but you would probably need a camera with a pretty good zoom, i.e. P900, P1000. Not wanting to say, but I mean they are the best cameras for this sort of stuff. Anybody can do it. We have, obviously. It's easy to do. We've done loads of shots. Isle of Man, say 85 miles. Go on.
Well, yeah, the thing about it is, what we found about the whole black swan, QE's black swan, is that majority, and I am going to go into the opposite or opposing side, the majority of people who would have been on the flat earth side or just not on the heliocentric side, most people didn't ever actually learn the argument. They only got the surface of the argument, and that's how it ended up becoming just a photograph. Whereas the whole point of it is that the argument is that if the horizon is geometrical, if we live on a globe, and the globe has a radius of 3959 miles, statute miles, then the horizon from a 1 foot observer height can be no further from that observer than 1.23 miles. That's where it has to be geometrically. But the fact that it's not was where he was bringing the black swan analogy into it. It's like the fact that this one horizon is not debunks the claim that the horizon is a geometric location that adheres to the geometry of a globe out with 3959 miles. But most of the time, people just start then, they didn't, and it goes even further than that with the refraction claim. But with the refraction, because someone claiming it's refracted means, well, it's not geometric then. If you're claiming refraction, then you're not claiming geometry, which is only proving the point. But the point was that why you kept on using the same photograph and it became just a photograph is because you don't need more than one. You just need one black swan to prove that all swans are not white. And that was his whole point with it. But it has just become a photograph. So people say, well, it's a photograph. And they don't think about it as an argument. And a lot of people on both sides didn't learn the argument. And we still have people coming to Nathan's who don't understand the argument. And this is over 2 years later. So as just a photograph, yeah, someone's going to just look at a photograph and go, well, it's just a photograph. It doesn't prove anything as just a photograph. No, it doesn't. But if you understand the argument that the photograph is representing, then it proves, because it shows this one horizon cannot be, or all horizons cannot be adhering to the geometry of a globe with a 3959 radius. Debunks that, is not adhering to it. That means that claim it has to be false. And that was the whole point of it. So it wasn't a proof of a flat earth. It was always just a proof against the globe having this radius, which is the backbone of all of their heliocentric model.
That was part of my point, though, right? Is the fact that it's lost the whole point. The point of the logic is to give you the reasoning that you put in your brain, right? The whole process is if this happens, then there is an outcome, right, within this structure. Then what you have to do is you have to find the proof yourself to make that reasoning process occur within your mind. That's the whole idea of logic and reasoning, and the proof process being a personal thing. It lost all of that within, and I know why. It's because the guys that you're trying to give and deliver this to cannot understand logic. They cannot have an argument, so they can't accept any proof through argumentation and logic as being anything. They just have to rubbish it, which is the rubbishing of logic.
Well, yeah, I mean, in hindsight, if we could go back to the start of back to January 2020, in hindsight, it might have been better off to have no photograph, just to have a logical argument that people could go out and test. So, because when you're given a photograph with the argument, people were less likely to go and test the argument, if you know what I mean. It's like, oh, well, I have this photograph, which proves the argument. But then that person doesn't feel the need to go out and investigate for themselves whether this is a fact or not. And there would have been a lot more people. Like, you think about the amount of people on the opposing side here. Now, I know you're not, don't call yourself flat earthers. No, I don't mean it like that. But what I mean is that you're not, you know, it's not any kind of a globe. So anyone who's not on the side of the globe, the amount of people that didn't go, and the amount of people, and including the amount of people on the globe side that didn't go and actually find out for themselves whether this was true or not, is less now than it would have been without a photograph. Because if the argument was put out there, people, because how many flat earthers and globe earthers have cameras, P900s, P1000s, etc., or any cameras? You won't even need a very powerful camera just to be able to video an horizon not being where the globe model states it should be. So if you had never had a photograph, then people wouldn't have been so lazy about it. They would have been more likely to be proactive. And in that way, they would have been doing what you're stating, which is then proving it to themselves. Is that what you're stating? I think that's what you mean.
Yeah. The whole process is you get the logic, you understand the logic, you understand the reasoning process that goes along with the logic. You go out and find that thing for yourself. Then you understand what the meaning of that proof is, that picture, that sighting of something. You don't need to take a picture and put a video and make it on YouTube. Once you've been given the logic, then it's up to you to go and find it. Like, I mean, I've got plenty of, we call them black swans, but I don't. They're just observations that happen in reality, right? It's not a black swan.
Yeah, it's like people wouldn't need. Yeah, I understand that point. Like, people wouldn't actually need to make videos. Now, there are a lot of people would make videos, and for a time there would be a load of people making videos and taking photographs of the horizon not being geometric. That's what would have probably happened over time. But you wouldn't know, you wouldn't need it. You wouldn't need to make a video. You just need to see it. You just need to be able to see it and go, well, this is only this far away. According to the geometry of a globe with a 3959 radius, the horizon can't be past that, but it is. So that's what people would need. They would just need to see that. Because if you think about it, now, it's not science, but it's not an actual science experiment or anything, but if you think of it from a scientific method point of view, I go through, I formulate a hypothesis. I have an effect I observe in nature. I have what I presume to be the cause. I do the hypothesis test, the scientific, that adheres to the scientific method, and I end up proving or disproving what I find, proving or disproving whether my cause is the cause of the effect or not, right? And once I publish that, then anyone can then go and decide to test that or not, if you understand. So you're giving him, there you go, that's what I found, that's what I'm publishing, and if you want to refute that, you can test it. And then what happens is enough people test it and they find out, no, it's definitely true that it is or is not causing this effect. So that's a fact. So it becomes a fact then. Whereas with the black swan, although it's not a scientific test, a hypothesis test, the point is that it became a photograph, and a photograph is too easy. People don't need to learn anything about an argument if they have a photograph, and they don't need to go out and observe it themselves if they have a photograph. So it just became a photograph, and it kind of diminished it. But I don't know if you could have seen that coming from the start.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know?
Yeah, because that's what they want. They want to rely on photographs. The amount of times you must have heard, they've got evidence, and that evidence is just thousands of pictures. Millions, billions of pictures. That's it. There's no argument to go with it. It's just pictures. So anyway, they can put anything on a picture, and they're fine with that. It's good.
No, I agree. I agree, because they want to be able to produce a picture that they've cherry picked from. They could have gone out and observed, had 10 observations, and 1 out of 10 suits what they needed to suit, and they can work it in within their globe model and add as much refraction as possible, and that makes this picture possible on a globe. Because all they want to try to do is produce a picture that would be possible on a globe, and then consequently say this picture proves it's not flat, whatever, right? Nonsense. But they always needed to have just a picture, and this was the picture. I mean, the greatest one is Soundly's lake picture. You know what I mean? The causeway. It's like that's the greatest picture of nothing that they held on to, isn't it? Like, and regardless, it doesn't matter how many other times
they
people
used to use it. They don't anymore.
Not anymore. No, you don't hear of it anymore. But you know what I mean? The point is that they hung on to that picture for so long. It's like nearly a holy relic for them.
Because
they
of
still, if you attack it,
the entire play that went along with it. They got Jesse Kozlowski involved. There was it was a big show. Globe Tourism 2019, I don't know when it was. But yeah, they made that a big show. And everybody went along with it. They were all acting. They were all role-playing. And it was allowed. On that side. I mean, they were the good old times for the Globe. It's gone downhill a long way. They're nothing like they used to be. They're all scared of actually having a discussion. You're not even a debate, just being able to talk. It's shocking.
But in old days, they were glad because they showed, for example, CGI from supposedly space, and that was good enough topic to discuss. But now it is not. And now when it has to involve logic itself, not pictures or CGIs, it is different. They have to employ sophistry, better sophistry. And when this sophistry is spotted, they are getting angry. So this is the progress of this discussion, I would say.
Yeah. Through logic as well, right? Because logic is the bullshit detector.
Yes. That's
along with the methods, along with the process, right? But all derived around logic. You can't deny it. It's sort of the end of people lying and bullshitting to you.
Yes, since evidence is not evident anymore, then what remains is sophistry against logic. And when the sophistry is spotted, they have no further arguments without sophistry, so they are getting angry. I think that's the reason, because they know that they cannot win, and their goal is just to win something. I don't know what, but win something. For example, win their superiority, mind superiority, or whatever their motivation is. But they cannot have this anymore if you bring a logical refutation. So this is, I think, that's why they are angry, because they have nothing more. Sophistry is on their last bastion. They have nothing more.
Well, their greatest, the globe model and heliocentrism, their greatest attack or greatest weapon against anyone who would state differently concerning reality to what they claim has always been character assassination. If you look through history, anyone who ever went against what they said, they did their best to character assassinate the person. And if you look at what they've done, just take this server and people on this server, how much character assassination, personal character assassination has been employed against ye, and is continually being employed. Mm-hmm. And that's their strongest weapon, and it's what they are in the they're at the point where that's kind of what they've got left. Mm-hmm. And they'll keep at that as much as they can.
Yeah, they've got to bend elevation profiles and go against every definition of level being horizontal, and employed with every engineer and surveyor everywhere. Yeah, that and character assassination of everybody that does that, because obviously they can't just go against us. It's not just us that we're saying it. Like, it's because we're saying it in here, around this arena. Because, like I say, I've never been a flat earther. I've just been a guy living in reality who was drawn into this arena because I showed them a picture of the Isle of Man, 85 miles away, and said, of course the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. Why would it? And for that reason, I was known as an anomaly that they had to ridicule. They had to label me. I've never been a flat earther, and I'll never be a flat earther, because to me, flat is as close as you can get to 2D. And if there's an elevation change, it's not flat. So you have to have this dual relationship of having flat being not flat, which is a contradictory term, which we try and get away from here.
Well, yeah, logically, it's not possible to be a flat earther. It's an impossibility, because the Earth is not a flat plane. It's 3D. It's a 3D. It's a 3D. It's a 3D. So has a horizontal baseline with elevations above and below that, above and below sea level, whatever. So it has a horizontal baseline where elevations are taken from. So it's 3D. You can't say it's flat. So to say I'm a flat earther is an incorrect statement, because it's not possible to be a flat earther. You can be described as one, you can be called one, but technically it's not possible to be a flat earther, because it's not flat. It can't be flat if there's elevation changes. I never
and Earth
had issue with that.
Word either.
No, it's one of these things that may become a word in time. You know, these things that are added into dictionaries, but it's not a word. Mm-hmm. Because how can you be an earther? It's not a logical word, because everyone's an earther if you see it that way. Regardless of what you say the earth is that you're an earther of, everyone's an earther. If you see it that way, it's just like We just live in the world. We don't fully know what it is. We can measure it up to a point and do whatever.
But
we
they do
state
have
what
an
it's
Earth,
not.
don't they? They have a definition of Earth. So for you
Yes, they
to
have.
say you're an Earther, you are sort of going along with the definition of Earth, with a capital E, big E. You sort of putting yourself on a model and causing confusion with the people that you're talking to. At least I think.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I think at this stage, the use of the term flat earther is really more of a rebellious term against what the mainstream has claimed for a long time that the earth is. So you're kind of being a rebel by being a flat earther. And that's one of the things I liked about it when I first got into this years back, is that you're kind of being rebellious against something that is obviously wrong. And there's a good feeling to it, but it's not correct. It's not correct if you want to really define it, because the earth is not a 2D plane. It can appear that way from a high elevation or a high altitude, but you can still look down from an airplane. You can look from an airplane out at different directions, and you can see it looks flat. But when you look straight down from that airplane, you will be able to see a shadow or something of a mountain or something. That means you won't see a shadow on a 2D. That means something has to be off of a 2D surface for there to be a shadow. Because light is not, you won't see a shadow on a 2D surface. How are you going to see a shadow if there's nothing there to create it? There has to be something that's not 2D off of that surface to create the shadow. So you may see a shadow at the side of a mountain or whatever when you look straight down from the window of an airplane. But when you look straight out, you're seeing basically just a horizontal.
Yeah,
right? Especially if it's over the ocean.
It's not flat.
Yeah, but as a description, I understand it as a description, as an aspect, but it's not flat, because it can't be.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be.
It's a really bad position for you to go into a debate with.
Yeah, because you're not debating for reality in that way. But as I said, it was really, the term flat earther is really kind of becoming more and more these days a rebellious term, but it also is the opposite from being told that it's a globe. So it's the opposite. What's the opposite from a sphere? Flat. If you want to give it that's what is easiest to come to mind. Even the word horizontal is a bigger word. So that is not even going to spring to mind as fast for most people. Most people, flat, 4 letters, is the opposite from sphere. What's the opposite from sphere? Spherical, flat. So that's why it was so easy for people to adopt that word and then people started being termed as, or claimed to be, they were called flat earthers, and then they adopted the term, and that's why we're in the situation we're in at the moment.
I don't know. We're not in a situation, because reality is reality. And all you have to do is go with obvious proofs within reality. I personally don't understand why there is this term of us and them. Because it just seems to cause division, as far as I can see. Because, I've took a lot of heat from both sides, if you want to say that. For me saying it's not flat, but it's impossible. It's a globe.
Well, yeah, speaking honestly, you would have to say that. It's impossible for it to be a globe, but it's also not flat, because that's an incorrect description of reality. But as I said, logically, from a psychological point of view, the opposite from sphere, I can just state it from me personally. The opposite from sphere to me is flat. That's the opposite from spherical or circle. The opposite from a circle is a straight line, flat. Now flat can be termed in as flat can be horizontal. Horizontal is always flat, but flat is not always horizontal, because vertical can be flat. slope can be flat. So you have vertical, horizontal, and slope. They're your three flats, but none of them are a curved line. So it's the opposite from a curve: straight, flat. I think it's just something that became it was an easy way to describe people who were saying it wasn't a globe, and it was easiest way for people who were saying it wasn't a globe to get their point across. If they just said, no, it's flat, as a basic description, but it's not a correct description because it's not flat.
Yes,
because it's not two-dimensional.
Misnomer, one of the biggest misnomers there is, and that's why I say it's come from Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth Society are this group of people that just want to throw in confusion, even to the point that they're likely to throw in mad people on both sides, just to cause utter confusion.
Well, the thing about it is that what people have to realize is that when you're trying to get out of a fog that is a heliocentric fog, you're not helping yourself if you're not paying attention to the fact that you're going into that you're actually in another fog that's being handed to you too.
Uh-huh.
So you have a second fog, and that fog is that you think you're a flat earther and the earth is flat. It's like, no, you're not a flat earther and the earth is not flat. You're just trying to describe reality, but then you're making the mistake of calling it flat and terming yourself or accepting the term of being a flat earther.
You get it.
Well, really, all you're actually doing. Yeah, you're bringing problems.
If you come into any of these arenas around here, you get one of the labels thrust upon you. You're either a glober or a flat earther. One or the other.
Yeah.
False dichotomy.
Well, it is, but it's tiring to go against it. Like, I mean, I don't mind being called a flat earther. I'll accept it and all that, but more from a rebellious, kind of humorous or entertaining point of view. But I know I can't prove the earth is flat because we have elevation changes. So that's the end of that. I can't prove it's flat. I can describe it as an aspect from an airplane, from a high altitude, at best. But I can't prove it to be a flat plane because it's not. So, but you're fighting against if you're going to one of these arenas, one of these discords or servers or whatever, like you're going to be termed as soon as you start stating anything that's not heliocentric, you're going to instantly the public see it as a flat earther, and I've kind of just accepted it, even though it's not correct. I've accepted it because they're just going to see it that way. They're literally indoctrinated to see it that way. If you understand what I mean, people are indoctrinated to see anyone who's saying it's not heliocentric, it's not a globe, they're a flat earther. Then you can't just be stating facts about reality at that point. That's literally all you're doing, really. But people, that's why I'm saying some of the flat earthers are going mad as well, because they end up trying to support a model that is not possible to support. You can't support it's flat. You can't do that. You can support that horizontal is horizontal and that is derived from the horizon. Yeah, you can support that. You can support that all horizontals are parallel to each other. You can support that. But you can't support that the earth is a flat plane because you know that there is elevation changes. It can only look like a flat plane the same way as a tabletop looks flat until you put a microscope onto it and then you see there's undulations. On that.
Within a real world use of a geometric term. That geometric term is a plane. But as close as you can get to that in reality is called flat. It's a real word. Flat is. It's not a geometric term.
It's not. They don't describe it that way. Yeah.
It's not an orientation. It can be in any. There needs to be an orientation added to it.
Yeah, horizontal. The term horizontal is specific. Horizontal always has to be flat. But flat can't. To describe something as flat is not always describing it as horizontal, because it can be sloped, it can be vertical, right? So horizontal is more specific. So that's why they're not going to use the term flat within surveying. They might use the term plane, and they might even use the term horizontal plane. But they'll be specific about it. Whereas saying flat doesn't really say anything. All you're really saying is, no, it's not spherical, or it's not a circle. You know, because that's what you're really saying. When you're saying it's flat, you're saying, no, it's not that, it's flat. You're saying that it's not a circle, not spherical. It's not a globe, it's not a ball.
A circle can be flat.
Yeah, it can be flat horizontally.
A circle can be flat in any orientation.
Yeah. But what I'm talking about is the circumference of the circle is not flat. The circumference is circular. It's curved. So, like, this flat is the opposite, because it's flat, it's straight. So straight is the opposite from curved, if you understand what I mean. I'm only talking from a more simplistic psychological point of view. So the opposite from circle or curved is straight or flat. Now, a circle is two-dimensional, so all circles are flat.
Wait a minute, I've got one. Have you seen all of the blue marble stuff we're doing? And I've got a new one for blue marble. Because, you know, we're talking about people going mad. And you said the opposite of a circle is straight. Well, Blue Marble's doing this series where he's bending elevation profiles, water levels, and the latest one, in order for him to be able to have this concept where he has elevation profiles that are horizontal, but so he can have this concept. Look at that. Circles are straight. That's where. So, although you say the opposite of a circle is a straight, well, Blue Marble's got the dilithious sort of idea that no, they're the same thing. They have to be in the world of globe elevation profiles, because obviously in elevation profiles, all points are on an equal elevation, lie on a horizontal plane, but they need that to be a circle. So
yeah, that's crazy. I just looked at that there. I actually might download that later.
Yeah,
don't mind. That
one, and the
that's madness.
Have you seen the water levels a bit higher up? I put all three of them. Like on the course of, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, he started developing the water level with the hump. He literally took the water level from Wiki, and Blue Marble did this. He made them. He put the hump in the middle of the water level.
It's not water level. That's not the behavior of water. That doesn't happen.
It's got a vertical change in elevation at the center, and he's labeled it Earth curve. He's got an elevation change labeled Earth curve in his diagram, and that's Blue Marble.
You can't have a true elevation off of a curved surface. How do you do that? You can't, because the points on that curved surface, whatever point you pick, will be different from any other point on it. If you know what I mean, the elevation will be different. So if you have something sticking up off the top of you have a circle, put something above that, a line coming off of that circle, the elevation of that line above that circle is going to change from any point on that circle that's close to that line. It's going to be different. You can't have an elevation change off of a curved surface.
Yeah.
Can't, like that. Even surveyors use rise over run, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's how they do it. Horizontal and vertical.
Yeah. All distances measured are measured horizontally. Wait, for maps and things.
Yeah.
Well,
they have to be. That's
simple.
reality.
Yeah. Very simple. I like J-Ro there. J-Ro says he translated a 2D figure, a circle, into a 1D line on a 2D graph. That's amazing. But that's the globe mind. That's what happens when you explode your logical system. You can, as long as you make globe, 'tis globe, the conclusion, you can formulate anything that you want logically because your logic has exploded, and therefore you can have the outcome, 'tis globe. Do whatever you want, go against anything in reality.
Well, yeah, I see. They start off with the statement within their minds that, well, we know it's a globe, so that means that this has to be that, and that has to be this other thing. These things have to be different from what they really are because we know it's a globe, and they start from that point, that illogical point. Whereas they're not starting out. There's no discovery. They're just trying to reaffirm a bias or whatever. There's no discovery going to happen. They're just trying to back up something that they believe. So every time they do anything, it starts with that innate belief that it has to be a globe because we know it's a globe. So the word "know" is always there. So they can never look past that.
They've no argument. So they have to, that's the only way that they can. They do a backwards logical system where they start with the conclusion, make a flawed logic, and then their argument already is stood. It is. Its conclusion's been made. That you can't talk about the argument that led to the conclusion because it doesn't exist. It's a figment of their imagination, just like the globe model is.
Well, I made this presentation recently, and the whole point of the presentation was the use of measured areas within celestial navigation and the size those areas can be as a maximum. And I showed that as a maximum, these areas that are measured horizontally are even 2/3 of the full maximum area that they can measure is greater in surface area than the whole of the heliocentric model. Now, or so the globe model, I should say, not heliocentric. But what I got as an argument back against that was that I was wrong because I didn't put these were circles of equal latitude, which are just 2D circles, horizontals. I didn't put them onto a globe, so it was wrong. I was like, but my point was, but that's the point. I'm not going to do that because they don't do that. That's the whole point of it. So I got a lot of backlash that I hadn't placed them onto a globe. But I said, why would I place them on a globe? Why would I do that? The whole point is I'm pointing out what is done and has been done in reality as a measurement, let's just say through the use of celestial navigation and the areas that it covers horizontally, and how that is bigger in surface area per mile squared or whatever than the whole of the globe model. And they couldn't understand why they were like saying I cheated or that I was wrong or I did it wrong because I didn't place them onto the globe. I didn't start trying to place these things onto a globe. It's like, why would you try to place? Why would you look to try and gain? It's as crazy as trying to gain a horizontal off of the surface of a football or a basketball. You're not going to do it. It's the opposite from horizontal. It's a curved line. So you're never going to do it. So they couldn't understand why I didn't do that. My whole presentation was wrong because I didn't start off trying to place things on a globe. It's like, why would you do that? The whole point is that they don't do that. That's the point.
And they cannot do that because, and nobody can do that because if you are putting these circles on the surface of the sphere, you are making a radius curved. And when this radius is curved and diameter is curved, it changes ratio between diameter and circumference. So the pi, you are destroying pi this way.
Yeah, exactly. Can't be done. It's like radii and diameters don't curve. But as soon as you start trying to do that, you're destroying. You don't have a circle the size as you did have. anymore. Exactly, you don't have that anymore.
So the biggest circle on the sphere would be just circumference. But the length of diameter would be then 1 to 2, not 3.14, but 1 to 2, because the diameter on the globe would be a length of half of the circle. So that's it is idiocy. But this should occur if you put the circle that way on the sphere.
Brenda
So
says you can go both ways.
Both
Yeah,
ways.
Yeah.
she's literally talking about what's just been spoken about there, where you can literally bend a radius. That's what I have them stating that
Yeah,
curved radii
But
are real thing.
wait a minute. Brenda says you can go both ways. Paper got it straight away. Both ways? Yes. They think there is a greater than pi and a less than pi. Both.
Yeah, you're speaking about the contradiction.
That.
But still, on the globe or the sphere, you can go only one way. You cannot make
Shorter
radius.
distance than a straight line.
Yes,
Of course you can.
Because maybe for Brenda, but
Bob.
who cares?
That was Bob, the science guy, with the shorter than a straight line.
Yeah, the Haber-Sign formula. All the Haber-Sign formula is doing is taking a real-world distance and adding an R value to it. And so when he's trying to claim you can have a shorter than a straight line distance between 2 points, what he's actually referring to is the line that was straight, a straight distance between those 2 points before he curved it with a radius value. And that's all it is. The Haber-Sign formula is what they do is they take measurements. This actually comes from celestial navigation, where they take measurements and they then place those measurements onto a map, but the map is distorted. Then they undistort what they've distorted and add the R value, which is what Bob did with the Haber-Sign formula. So all you're doing is taking a real-world horizontal measurement and you're distorting it, and then you're undistorting it and adding an R value. And then you get to claim that the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere is a curved line.
Yeah, but what happens is people like Bob in reality end up saying something that is a literal impossibility. And people allow people like that to say those things. Paper knows, totally. I mean, how ridiculous it is. It's absolutely impossible for you to have a shorter distance than a straight line.
Yes, and it it can be disproved because the shortest line you can produce, it is containing only 2 points, because as we know, the extremity of the line, curved or straight, is a point. So we have 2 points, and if this line contains only its extremities, it means that it contains only 2 points. And first, this line has to be straight, because containing 2 points only means that this line is straight, because all points are lying evenly between 2 extremities. And when they are extremities, they have to lie evenly. There is no other way. To have points uneven, you have to add third point. But our line is only a 2-point line.
That's why I like the shortest distance.
Yes, and it means that you cannot have shorter distance between 2 points if the line has only 2 points. So you cannot have shorter distance. It is impossible logically and geometrically.
Yeah. That's why I really do like the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Because then it makes, it exposes the ridiculousness of a shorter distance than a straight line, which was Bob's claim. Again, globe madness.
In my case, it would mean that if this line containing only 2 points, you will have to subtract 1 point from this other point, but you no longer have a line because you are remaining only with 1 point. So this is not a line, and point is not a distance. So the argument is killed.
Yeah. And that's what you have to do if you want to make pi go either way. You have to make a radius shorter. You have to keep the circumference, but make the radius shorter, which is impossible. Yet, people like Brenda and Bob make these claims without a geometric understanding of what they're actually saying. And that's because there's no logic behind what they're saying. They can't place those processes to end up with, but that's impossible. They still come out and they say it publicly. That's the point that Blue's at the minute. Sorry, go on.
Well, I remember listening to Bob because I did make a video about him when he started first bringing out the Haversine formula sometime last year, I think, or maybe before that. I remember making a video response to him actually, and what he was stating is that the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere is a curved line, right, on the surface of a sphere. Sorry, his words were on the surface of a sphere. The shortest distance between the 2 points on the surface of a sphere is a curved line if you're using the surface, right? But
it is not correct, Brian.
Yeah, you're talking about because only 2 points.
If you have a line with 2 points, even on a sphere, it is still straight line.
Yeah, it would still be a chord line through the circular sphere. Yeah,
no,
still going to be a chord line. Would be the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Absolutely not, because it means that these points are extremities of this line. You have to have in the middle of these 2 points, you have to have a third point to create curve. You cannot create curve with only 2 points. So the shortest distance between 2 points, it is the shortest. This is the shortest line, and this shortest line, even on a sphere, it is straight line. It has to be straight line.
You're correct. No, you're correct about that, because if you only have 2 points, then you can't have anything. The only way to join those 2 points is a straight line. You can't join them with a curve.
Yes,
you have to be straight.
Point. Yeah. That's my point.
No, I agree. But where Bob was starting from that there is a curved surface, and over this curved surface, the only way from a person to go from point A to point B would be in a curved line. So because the Haversine formula is about a distance over the surface of a sphere, and that's where he's working that from. He's talking about a distance over the surface of a sphere, as opposed to geometrically 2 points. Like, you're 100% correct. You can't, just 2 points, you can't create a curve out of 2 points. Between those 2 points is a straight line. You can't deal with the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line. If you add in a third and 4 point, then you can create a curve, but it can't be a curve if you just have 2 points. That is 100% correct.
Yes, and
totally
by
agree.
the way, if we are talking about distance between 2 points, You cannot measure it as a distance. This is misnomer, because distance between 2 points is always a straight line. So if Bob is talking about distance between 2 points on a sphere, it would be a chord line, not a line, curved line on the surface, because this line on the surface between 2 points is not a distance. Only chord line would be a distance on the sphere.
Yeah. You see, when they're doing anything, they're working off of a central point of a circle, and they're using degrees from that central point along that translate along the surface, the circumference of the
Bob
circle.
literally said shorter than a straight line distance on a plane. He said
he did.
He drove
I'm
it.
not going against that. I heard that.
Yeah, he drove it in his car. So we're not talking about on a sphere or curves or anything like that. He literally said he drove a shorter distance than a straight line on a plane.
But see, he doesn't believe he did that. He believes that he drove over a curved distance between 2 points, and he was able to then he could then claim that he measured that, and how he'd measure it is he'd take the actual distance and he would measure it in degrees from a central point of a circle, and he go, see, there you go, and those, let's say he drove let's say he drove what's the best, let's say he drove 3,959.
Oh.
Go to the center of a circle, measure a point that he started at, and use minutes of degree that will bring him to the other point that he finished at, which will be 3,440 minutes of degree of a circle. And he'll then convert, then they all become 1-for-1 nautical miles. Then he'll convert those 3,440 nautical miles by the ratio of 1.1 distance of 3,959 or whatever, 58 miles, right? Statute miles. And then that's for him, is enough for him to believe he just traveled first, and then measured the distance he traveled over the surface of a sphere. So it all starts with, I'm on a sphere, so there's no way that it could not be a sphere, because I know it's a globe. And that way I have to travel a curved distance. And that way, because I traveled 3,959 statute miles, that means that I traveled 3,440 nautical miles. And I know that because 1 minute of degree is 1 nautical mile. And I can measure 3,440 minutes of degree between my starting and end point on a circle. Because all the globe is a hijacking of a circle. If you look at the radius, what is it? It's 21,600 nautical miles. Every circle ever in history has 21,600 nautical miles around it. Because every circle in history is 21,600 minutes of degree in its circumference from its center point. So all they did was hijack a basic circle. That's what they did. But those kind of distances that even give him the 1.1508 conversion from nautical to statute miles are a horizontal measurement. They can't be measured any other way but horizontally, which goes back to the point a while ago about how they'd have to cover radius, because the radius that they measure is a horizontal distance, horizontal measurement.
Who
so it all,
what?
that's how. But that's just pointing out that's how.
What radius do they measure?
But they don't measure. See, they're measuring along.
They did.
No, they measure a radius to a circle that's 2-dimensional. They don't measure a radius to a sphere.
What?
They measure a
radius
straight
do they
radius
measure?
along the radius to a circle of equal altitude.
But how do they measure that?
They measure it with degrees. It's measured with degrees along the surface. If with a marine sections, it's measured along the surface of the water.
With degrees. You don't measure a radius with degrees.
But no, you are if you're measuring a circle of equal altitude. A circle of equal altitude is a horizontal circle. It's horizontal. It's not vertical. I was just referring back to the statement earlier on. It was being pointed out there. I think it was paper or someone was pointing out that they have to actually curve a radius line to place what I was talking about earlier onto a globe.
To place
So they
a
have to-
circle onto the globe. But he said that
Yeah, they have to. Yeah,
pi would have to change, and it obviously doesn't. So the circle remains a circle, which is a two-dimensional figure. Now,
yeah, correct. That's
you've
correct.
just said that they measure a radius.
Not the globers. They measure a radius to a circle, a horizontal circle. They measure a horizontal radius along the surface of the water underneath a boat for whatever length, right, in nautical miles. And then because they know that because it's a horizontal distance, they know for definite that will always convert over to statute miles at the ratio of 1.1508 at all times in any direction from anywhere on Earth. You'll always have that exact ratio. And that horizontal line they measure then becomes a diameter, which is just an extension of that horizontal line. Well, they measure with sextants. They measure it with the sextant. They're measuring with degrees.
Angle.
Yeah, it starts off with angles, yes. And a conversion, then all it is a conversion, right, along the surface of the water. A conversion from 1 minute. Let's just say they found out what 1 degree was in accordance with a statute mile distance. 1 degree was 69.04 statute miles. They found that out through trial and error. They found that out that 1 degree of measurement of a celestial body
Brian,
will give them a distance along the surface of the water. Yeah, but they found out
they
the
actually
ratio I'm talking about.
69 miles.
Yes, that was
as a
but they found
horizontal
out
distance. They
I know that. I'm not arguing against that. Yeah, I know that. I'm not arguing against that. The point I'm making is that they found out the ratio between statute miles and minutes of degree. That's what they found out. They found out the ratio by the ratio horizontally. So they found out that horizontally, when they measure when they measure 1 degree of change to a celestial body from their zenith, that was 69.04 horizontal statute miles. And all they had to do then was divide that by 60 to get them their 1.1508 conversion from 1 minute of degree to which is a nautical mile to 1 statute mile. So it's all horizontal measurements. But it's after that. It's after everything is measured horizontally. And in the real world, let's just say. Right? It's after that the globe then starts coming in with things like the Haversine formula and different things like that, which is just a globe correction for a globe problem. That's all it is. It's a globe correction for a globe problem. So they'll take actual measured distances that can be converted into statute miles, and they'll distort them on a map that's distorted. Then they'll undistort them, and as they're undistorting them, they add an R value. And then they can state that along the surface, which is basically mostly along a longitude line, they can state that this distance from A to B matches a globe. But all they're doing is they're back engineering from horizontal measurements. That's all they're doing. It's a back engineering.
Yeah, we know, like here in this bit, we talk especially tonight, Logic Night. There's no need to tell us of people's fantasies. Right? There's no need for forwards and backwards conversions or anything like that. We just deal with what is. And you keep saying they measure a radius.
Yeah, they measure a radius to a circle of equal altitude, but that's a horizontal circle. They measure the radius with minutes of degree, and they know because statute miles because they found out the relationship between minutes of degree and statute miles
with a minutes of degree.
Yeah, that's what they do.
But that's
the whole point of it.
It's not what they do. They can't. You cannot measure a radius in an angle.
You can. that's where they can do celestial navigation. That's how they can do it. They can measure. They found out the ratio between 1 degree of measurement in the sky and its corresponding statute mile distance along the surface of the ocean or whatever. They found out that they found out that 1 degree of measurement in the sky was equal from their location to 69 straight out in front of them, horizontal statute, 69.04 horizontal statute miles out in front of them.
That 69 miles was measured, right?
Yeah,
literally measured, as in a real measurement.
Yeah, exactly. No, I totally agree with that.
By measuring an angle, you're not measuring a distance. It's not the same.
No, you are with the sextant because you already have the correct ratio of nautical to statute miles, minutes of degree to statute miles. So you know that if you measure 3,440 minutes of degree from your zenith, then you know that will be 3,958.6 it is or something.
Then you can calculate a distance.
Well, you know that you can always rely on that ratio because horizontally that ratio never changes. You can measure horizontally in any direction using a sextant and the celestial bodies. You can measure horizontally in any direction, and you know that whatever minutes of degree you get, you can without a doubt at any time, never changes, that you can convert that with a ratio of 1.1508 to statute miles, and it will always match. So they had to have the statute miles first. The real measurement happened with statute miles first. It was after that, when they knew what statute miles were, and they knew what distance between, let's say, two landmarks was, let's just say, that they were able to then afterwards calculate. You can say calculate what 1 degree of angular measurement is in a horizontal line in comparison to statute miles. So they always know that 1 degree of angular measurement will always give them a horizontal distance of 69.04 statute miles. Always. They can rely on that at any time. So the statute miles was the real measurement that happened first. And the angular measurement, no argument there. Like, no argument there, but it's just the angular measurement after that is only a way of converting. So they could use the celestial bodies to make horizontal measurements along the surface of the water underneath them, or basically the use of the Earth's horizontal plane. Where all elevations are taken from. That's basically what they're using. They're like they just pre-assume while they're making the measurement that there is this horizontal plane that travels through all things. And that is like 0 degrees horizontal. The water line, basically. Mm-hmm. So no, you're right. Statute mile measurement came first. You couldn't do it without that. It would be impossible to do it because all you'd have then is minutes of degree. And as I said,
it's linear.
Yeah, it's linear. Right? It's all horizontal, yeah.
So, for every 69 miles travelled horizontally, the light in the sky either drops or raises, provided you're going either towards or away from the light in the sky. It either drops or raises 1 degree every 69 miles travelled horizontally.
If that's at your zenith, when that is 1 degree away from you, from your zenith, so if it's at 89 degrees, then you know that the point that celestial body sits over on the Earth is 69.04 statute miles away from you horizontally. So everything had to start. They had to start with the land. Everything started with the land, and how they figured out the relationship between minutes of degree and statute miles was through landmarks that had already been measured. So they have 2 landmarks on the coast, and they know that between these 2 landmarks, there's this set amount of statute miles, whatever it is. And that's how they found it out. That's how they were able to convert. Now, there was stadia and measurements of stadia and stuff that came before that. So there might have been other conversions in history, I don't know. But in our present world, we know that there's a certain statute mile distance between this lighthouse, let's just say, and this building at these 2 points on the coast, and it's a horizontal and there's this much statute miles, and there's a measurement of, we can measure this many minutes of degree before the star
right.
is at the zenith of that person, blah, blah, blah.
Okay,
blah.
so
you know, it was
69 miles travelled horizontally at the same elevation. You measure a degree, an angle, to the light in the sky, the same light, the one that doesn't move, right? And then you travel another 69 miles, and it has dropped or raised another degree, and you travel another 69 miles horizontally, and that light changes another degree. For every 69 miles you travel either away or towards, this light either raises or drops 1 degree. That's it.
Exactly. They had to start with Polaris. That was exactly it. They had to start with Polaris, and that's how they figured it out.
Yeah. So they
with
did
Polaris,
it on land because they actually measured the distance between the 2 points wherever they decided to do that. So they know that that's a relationship that they can say with the light in the sky. If you travel 69 miles horizontally at the same elevation, then the light in the sky will drop 1 degree or raise 1 degree.
Exactly. And that's where we got our latitudes from. The latitude longitude grid comes from that exact thing, that conversion from statute miles to minutes of degree.
With Polaris, with an assumption that that light's in the middle.
Well, yeah, basically it was a distance between the geographical position, the point that Polaris sits over, between that point and the equator is 5,400 minutes of degree, because it will be, when you are underneath Polaris, it's perceived to be, or it's presumed to be directly above you at the North Pole, and when you're at the equator, it's at 0. I don't know. I don't know who has ever been there, because if you look at if you go back in history, I don't know.
Then can you? It has to go in the epoche part where you have to reserve judgment.
Well, the measurements that they use, let's just say I'm at the equator and have 0 degrees to Polaris, then that will tell me that the opposite side of Polaris will be the opposite side of the equator. That will be 10,800 nautical miles. So that's how because anywhere on the equator, they found out that Polaris is always at 0. And they found out with other celestial bodies that from the celestial body, the star being at the zenith, when the star gets to 0, that'll be 5,400 minutes of degree. But that will also equate then to 6,214 statute miles in a horizontal measurement. So they always have to work off of the statute mile. They always have to work from that. Now, I don't know what the story is with Polaris, but from anywhere on the equator, Polaris will always be 0 for a sextant. It will always be 0. Polaris will always be 0 for a sextant from anywhere on the equator line. And that was when they found that out. They worked from there, basically, and they found out the same relationship was the same with the other celestial bodies, like the stars and that, except for they're moving as opposed to Stellaris being stationary. So that's how they did that. But it all started with the relationship between your distance traveled in statute miles and Polaris. It all started with that.
Yeah, because that's the only measurement that can be made.
Yeah.
In reality, is on land, they can measure a horizontal distance and measure the light in the sky. But what you're doing there is you're referencing an actual measurement on the land to an angular measurement of a light in the sky. Is any other way to connect the two? No.
Well,
none.
Yeah, well, you can't. Well, you can't because, I mean, you can't do it. You can't because you have to use the statute miles and their relationship to minutes of degree in a horizontal. That's the only way you could do it. It'd be impossible because that way, otherwise, an angular measurement would mean nothing out at sea. If you didn't know that first, what good would the angular measurement be to you? You just have an angle, then you don't have any relationship between that angle and a statute mile. You have to have that relationship first, and that you have to start with that.
Can I run a geometric thing past you? Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you've got north, south, east, and west. They're two straight lines perpendicular to each other. Well, they're two lines perpendicular to each other. How many of those lines do you imagine curving?
Well, none of them.
That's a problem, isn't it?
Well, yeah, they can't. Like, the whole point of direction is that they can't. Like,
but
I don't see how they can curve.
Well, you have, because with Polaris at a center point, you have to curve one of the lines at least if you take on that model. It all depends on what you imagine your model is and whether that contradicts direction.
Well, are you talking about where within the helio globe belief that as someone moves away from Polaris, they're going down over a curve? Are you talking about that?
Yeah. On the globe model, both lines curve.
Yeah, on the globe model, yeah, it's a curved line away from the GP point of Polaris. Is a curved line away in all directions towards the equator. Yeah.
On both north, south, and east and west. They're both circles that return back on themselves.
Well, everything has to be a circle. It has to be, regardless of what direction you take from Polaris being north. No matter what direction you take, everywhere away from Polaris is south in a straight line. Everywhere away from Polaris is south in a straight line. From its GP point, let's just say, from its geographical position on Earth, everywhere away from that in all directions diverging is all south. Whereas east and west then would be circles around that point, like the equator is a circle. But on a globe, then, like, basically it's a curved line that goes down to meet a circle. That's basically what it is. So that's what the longitude lines are on the globe, is they're curved lines from a GP point of Polaris down to meet a circumference of another circle. They're basically making an arc between 2 points of that circle, and they just, because that's what they did. You see, that's where the globe's radius value comes from. So hijacking of horizontal measurements, horizontal elevation angles.
Fine though. North south, straight line.
Well, north south is a straight line, yeah.
Okay.
North
East,
south straight
west.
line. East west. If you're standing at the GP point of Polaris, then everywhere away from you is south. East west would have to be. East west is going to be a circle. Okay,
so you are curving one of those lines.
Well, east west is going to be, if you're standing at the GP point of Polaris, everywhere it has to be. There's no north. Then you see, you have to be able to refer to north, because
you really think there's a point where there is no north.
Well, you're standing at north. North is where you're standing, so everywhere away from you has to be south. But if you're away from that, then you can.
That's a concept that you can have.
Well, I don't know any other way to think about it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I don't have that. To me, north, south, east, and west are two straight lines that are perpendicular. I don't have a model of placing a big light in the sky and calling that north, and then being able to stand underneath that and have everywhere as being south. It just sounds. It sounds foreign. It sounds not real.
Well, I don't know if you call it a model. I'm just speaking about the North magnetic center, let's just say, or the North seems to be a center point. They use the GP, what they call the GP point of Polaris, as like a north geographic point. And And if you were standing there, everywhere away from you is south, because there is no north to refer. See, the only true direction is north, because south, east, and west are all derivatives of north. So if you can't refer to north, how do you even really refer to anything else? The whole point is that north is your starting point. It's your benchmark is north, and from that point you can then gain south, east, and west.
Well, your
East and
concept
west
of north is
after the
what
sun.
is your concept of north?
North. Well, my concept is just it's some place underneath what Polaris is. That's north.
Okay,
we
so
have a magnetic.
We have magnetic north, and you also have the solar, the east west center point. The perpendicular to east west with the sun as a concept
you have
of
the
north,
sun,
don't you?
Well, you could say if you were standing on. See the thing about it is, if you can't refer to north, how do you refer to east and west? Even if you're standing underneath, let's say you were standing hypothetically underneath the Polaris, and that's exactly north. Well, the sun then is always just making a circle or whatever it is around you. So you can say in the direction the sun is going. When do you say the sun is? You'd have to know where the sun is over at that point to state whether it's east from you, or I don't even know if you.
So I say
at that point,
somebody's told you, right, that east-west is where the sun rises and sets, and north is either a compass north, or it's a light in the sky north, or it's perpendicular to the east-west sun. It's just that direction, right? On land, it makes no difference. 300 yards that way, past the tree, turn right, go over the hill, and you're there where you want to go. Nobody has the concept of north, south, east, west. That's been made up, right, by man. But what do you think north is a question. Is it where the light in the sky? Is it where the needle's pointing on a compass? Because they're different, aren't they?
Well, I don't know if they are different, to be honest with you. I don't know if I wouldn't say they're not different, but I couldn't say that geographic and magnetic north are two different things. I mean, there's a claim they are, but magnetic declination is a bit of a funny thing. I'm not going to go into all the details of it now, but I couldn't claim with certainty that they are both the same. And I couldn't claim with certainty they're not. But north, if you want me to give it in more simplistic terms, is a benchmark for all directions, all other directions. For me to get a south, east, west, northeast, north, south, whatever. I mean, for me to get anything, my benchmark is north as far as direction goes. That's the only thing I know. The only way I can explain, the only way I could answer the question honestly and simply is, for me, it's a benchmark. That's like, I don't have all the knowledge. I don't have all the answers.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we live in the UK, right? All of the grid, because we do have a grid system. All of the north-south are parallel on the grid. That's how we have a grid system on the maps. They don't converge or diverge. They are grid systems, and they're called north, south, east, and west. Even in America, they have northings and eastings. Grid system. It's only when you start looking at the light in the sky and trying to translate the two together that you come up with problems.
Well, yeah, the latitude and longitude grid is based off of Polaris. That's basically where it's based off of two things: Polaris and the conversion to statute mile distances. That's what it's based off of. So the latitude and longitude grid basically starts with angles to Polaris and being able to convert them to horizontal statute mile distances. That's where the latitude and longitude grid comes from. But we also have, like, we were talking about a Cartesian system. The in my opinion, in general, Cartesian system is better, but you can't use the Cartesian system in the same way, if you're using a sextant, which they had to use at sea, and they even use it in airplanes for a long time, that's when the latitude and longitude grid is more in use. But like you have a grid north as well. Do you have grid north also? I think there's 4 different versions of north. You have a grid north, which is based on the Cartesian system. Like I love the Cartesian system, for its simplicity and what it is. But I don't know if it would work as well for, if you go back in history when they were using sextants, it wouldn't have worked as well for them because everything was based off of Polaris basically. Because if you look at the latitude and longitude grid flattened out, not showing it on a globe, I'm talking about just a flattened out one off of a Gleason's map or whatever nonsense. It's like you have a center point, and that center point is presumed to be the GP point of Polaris. That's what it's presumed to be. So, I mean, the grid, I love the grid system. The grid system, the Cartesian system, is brilliant. GPS uses it, the 3D Cartesian. They use it in aerospace now. They use it in seafaring now as well. And that, but just when it was just when they only had, when their best option for travel and navigation was the sky, and that's why they have the latitude and longitude grid. If they had a different way of navigating at the time, I don't know if they would have ever had that grid.
It's like we've got triggered. It's not an option. Like nobody has to choose different models of where it is. All I know is that north, south, east, and west, they're perpendicular. Particularly within the grid system in the UK maps. It's only a little island. I don't know anything else, and I don't have to partake of any other maps or models or anything, really.
Well, no, I mean, unless you're living directly underneath Polaris, then you don't have to worry about it. Or wherever they state exact north is, you don't have to worry about it. Like, once you're not at what we define as north, then everywhere, then you can always use north as a benchmark to determine other directions. Because you always have the use of a compass or whatever, or the view of Polaris to show you where the north direction is. So you will always have that as a benchmark. So, I mean, I'm the same. I'm in Ireland. For me, like what do I need? I just need to know the basics of north, south, east, and west. I don't need to know anything else while I live in this place. That's all I need to know as far as navigating goes.
Yeah. I don't particularly need to know. And I'm not watching Jake's videos.
I'm going to have to go. I have stuff I was meant to do earlier. I only meant to come on for 10 minutes, but because I remember that I wanted to come on and talk about the Black Swan and stuff with you anyway. But I'll come back on another night. Thanks for having me in.
Sweet. Cheers.
See you later. Take care.
Been a good night. Always upsets people going on about the models and maps. Really strange. Would be good to be an explorer, but that's not allowed. Yeah, I'm not particularly interested because I've seen all of the map discussions, and it would rely on me relying on other people's word because I can't do it for myself, and that's not the way I work. So I just choose to not really be that bothered about it. You get parallel norths because on the map of the UK we have a grid system. That's they don't tilt the north in the grid system in the UK. And they wouldn't be able to be perpendicular if either of them curved. That wouldn't make sense. So yeah, I just go with the geometric understanding of perpendicular. It works for me. I'm okay with it. I don't see them in reality. In reality, they make the maps and draw the maps in reality, and they represent reality because they're the maps. Oh, I think it's always a bit strange, people. How do you know? They're different. I don't know much about a central magnetic point. I've never even seen anybody showing us a spinning magnet at a central point.
We still up, Ev?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just about to finish it off.
Okay, got something to show you after.
Okay. We've got Buster. Are you back home, Buster? It's all right if you're not. What have we got? Logos. Finish off with the Logos again. Yeah, what day is it tomorrow? It's Trivium. Trivium Day, yes. I've ordered some books, so it depends whether we'll go to Trivium from the book I've already got at the minute. I think Kevin's getting one, same copy. I'm also getting an Organon and another Trivium book, the ones that Raven was talking about. So we will be able to go over some more Trivium stuff tomorrow. Hopefully link it to the argument, and hopefully Blue Marble will eventually release his water level hump thing and stolen concept geometric fallacy of the perpendicular verticals. So proof is that should be good. It sort of goes along with the north, south, east, west, one of the lines curving type things. It's a geometric impossibility. That's why you'll see it's a different version of one game. I think it's some sort of a yeah, J-Royd, I've got that, how to solve it. I haven't even had a chance to open it yet. Quite a few books on the go at the minute. Okay, so see us tomorrow. Trivium. We start on trying to understand the Trivium and get into the argument a bit more. See you then. Tomorrow.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.